I was speaking to Laurie VK3YDE on the phone yesterday, and we had quite a pleasant chat. Both hoping to go to the Eastern Mountain District Hamfest in due course. I didn't get my AR magazine yesterday. That hasn't arrived. I thought it would have come yesterday, but no, it hasn't. Wednesday, today's the 5th. So it ought to be getting close, shouldn't it? So that's the story there. Okay, that's enough to start. We'll put it over to you, Al. A VK3AP in the group, with a pause there in case we get... Over to you, Al.
Yes, VK3JO next in line. This is VK3AP. Well, good morning all. It's quite a warm morning. I measure 26 degrees in the shack, and it's supposed to be 36 degrees today, so we can look forward to that. I'm still in my pajamas too, Jack. I've had a bit of a sleep in this morning, and that's about all. I quite agree it's very warm and okay about being up at 6 o'clock. Well, I'd like to get up at 6 in the morning too, but I have my breakfast brought in every morning. I'm very spoiled, and it's about 9 or 10 o'clock before I stir. Okay about being up, and I think you said getting the paper. Yes, well, that's quite in order, isn't it? To get the paper, and quite hot weather. I've got down hot works here, so that's hot weather. And okay about not having any activity on radio or otherwise. I spoke to Brian yesterday on 2 meters because we were going out shopping and then changed our mind because the weather was a little inclement. So I missed out. I really needn't have missed out, but that's what happened. So I thought, well, I'll be on today for sure. And you mentioned also, Jack, about diodes. I'm not sure what sort of diodes they are. I've got quite a stack of them here, silicon and germanium, but these might be special diodes, I'm not sure. You can fill us in on that next over. Well, the noise level here on the receiver is strength 3, which is quite low this morning, and I haven't got anything else now to talk about. So let's hear what Herb's been up to. I haven't got very much here to talk about. So you take it, Herb, and fill us in on any details. So VK3JO to transmit with the group listening, VK3AP.
VK3WYN.
Okay, VK3WYN has joined us now. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Jack EB. Good morning, Al AP. Already said good morning to you, Brian, so once is enough, isn't it? All good signals as usual, and no trouble at all copying. No sign of that other carrier that I detected earlier on at the start of the session. Made me wonder whether it was about the strength of it, whether it was John. Oh golly, 3 down there, Cranbourne. I just can't call his call sign to mind at the moment. 3Z something or other. What was it? Anyway, never mind. It didn't pop up in between there, so perhaps it's just sort of testing the antenna or something, but the effect was, I suppose about a 5-cycle flutter when you were transmitting there, tuning up, Jack, and that was the cause of it. No fault at your place. It's just the usual lower signal strength when you first started up, and that soon jumped up to the the full power, and quite a good reading on the meter. So up to 20 actually. So that's quite stronger than the usual 16 or something that I've been getting. Anyway, noted the comments there about the weather. Quite agree. Also comments about the lack of clothing, and a similar situation here. Right, actually I've got on the old Fahrenheit scale, the more convenient one to look at when I'm sitting down here, 88. So you can transfer that to Celsius anytime you like. Note the projected visit there to the podiatrist, and hope everything goes okay there. And you'll feel like walking twice as far as you usually do after all that, I hope. No radio, right, fair enough. Old-timers lunch, yes, 11th of March. Hope I'll be able to get to that. And I'll note you're talking to Laurie there, and trust he's keeping well. I hope I'll be able to get to the Hamfest also. Maybe he'll be there and have a chat with him again, after having known him way back in the 1930s, and such a long period there without any contact, just on 2 metres, and of course I haven't got the facility there. So anyhow, that's the way it goes. No amateur radio here neither, Jack. You haven't got that on your own. Hasn't turned up. Interested to know whether Brian's got one yet. Al didn't mention it. Probably hasn't got one. Note the temperature problem there, Al, and also the contact there with Brian, 2 metres. Diodes, yes, Jack's been talking about these diodes. He can fill you on all that. Note the low noise level, and mine is quite low also. Didn't even hear the whoop in the background underneath Jack's this morning. So I'll be interested to know whether Brian's got any variation from that. Right, well, what have I been doing? With the AR7, mostly any radioactivity, concentrating on that. And I was concerned at the noisy condition of the selectivity control part of the crystal filter circuit, which you weren't on yesterday. But I managed to get that functioning more like a normal, the way it should do normally, by dismantling it, pulling it apart, and cleaning it all off, and putting it all back again. So, well, you've seen the AR7. You might have had a chance to look at the crystal itself, the device, its construction of the crystal is a bit different, of course, from what we know now. Daytime, wartime product. And anyway, the actual 2 plates are quite exposed, and they're just held on to what is a little old plastic frame that completely surrounds the crystal. Held on with a couple of screws. So it's a simple matter to undo the little screws and take the 2 plates off, and the crystal itself, about 1/8 of an inch thick, isn't it? You'd know that, Al. I think you mentioned that before. And that just fits into the centre of this frame. The 2 pins come from the bottom of the frame. It's almost square, rectangular. The whole outside diameter is about 1¼ inch square. Give us some idea. Those newcomers to the field of amateur radio with the modern small crystals that one finds in the commercial sets these days, probably take about 4 of those to make one of these, roughly. Anyway, at least the crystal did work quite obvious. As you tune the signal generator across it, you can hear the whop whop whop, as it goes over the frequency, and that's the crystal answering back at you. Yes, right. Well, anyway, that's what I was doing. But there's a selectivity control. That's 3.5 K potentiometer. It's a carbon one. Wasn't sure whether it would be carbon or wire wound actually, but it was noisy. So I managed to pull the thing out, and that in itself is not a simple thing of just undoing a couple of screws and pulling it out. Where it's mounted there is hemmed in with the side wall of the shielding or screening around the crystal filter itself. So that has to be removed. Fortunately, it is removable, but not the sort of thing that you can look at and just do a couple of screws and pull it straight out. Anyway, the cleaning episode there did appear to be rewarded with a quiet variable pot. In other words, there's no extraneous noises when you twiddle the knob. Right, so that's basically about all. I've been trying to read through the literature that I've got on it and reconcile the different instructions there with what I've, because as you fiddle around with it, these instructions tend to make a bit more sense, and it's a case of reviewing them from time to time, or quite often really, to make sure that you're doing the right thing. Anyway, still unable to get the thing exactly as according to instructions, where they say to note a difference in, or a clean tone. It appears to be clean, whatever the adjustment of the particular circuit is. So trying to see what the other instructions have to say about that. Anyway, still like to get they do make use of the S-meter, and with the control on that being a little bit suspect, it's sort of thing that I'd like to have corrected first. Okay. Brian, while I think of it, yesterday you made mention of 3VCL, Sergio, and the answer is no. I haven't had any call from him. Okay, over to you there, Brian, and from you, unless there's any other calls, go back to Jack, VK3EB. Good morning to all our other listeners. This is VK3JO standing by for VK3WYN.
VK3JO and the group, VK3WYN. Just stand by a tick. I was running late this morning. Just stand by, do a quick slight retune here of the antenna system. That's all in order. Running the usual 25 watts here carrier from the teleradio, and everything's in order. Now let me see, this is VK3WYN returning to the group, or joining the group I should say. Good morning Jack, morning Al, and good morning Herb. Being late on, I didn't hear any other carriers. I think I heard you mention one there, Herb. That chap you were thinking of, Cranbourne John, VK3 Zulu Kilo is his call sign. So if that was him, might hear something a bit later on. Now let me see, I joined the net in time to hear the tail end of your over, Al. So Jack, I'll catch up with your news, and Al, I'll catch up with 90% of your news. Noted some of the comments from Herb, of course, in respect to both of you there. And Herb, let's see, now notice no amateur radio received, likewise here, although the postie hasn't been yet, our singing motorcyclist postie, he's not turned up yet, so might be something arrived today. And let me see, Herb, interested about the description there of the crystal, out of the crystal filter circuitry of the AR7. And yes, I suppose we have to keep in mind
those not used to the older style components when we're talking about them on air. And of course, when you see the crystals used in the computers, on the computer boards nowadays, they're smaller again. So it does interest people, hopefully, of what components used to be like. And you need to give the dimensions in inches, of course. Gills, pecks, and bushels. that'll get some brain cells working there. Herb, note about Sergio that you've not heard from him, and the pretty busy lad, of course, family and work and all that sort of thing. And now potentiometers, Herb. Yesterday on the net, Al, you were not on 160, so one topic that came up was a 5K wire-wound pot that Herb was in need of. Now, I rashly said, yes, I'll have a look for one of those, Herb. So you can guess the rest. I've got my shoebox of old pots and some new ones as well that have not been used. And checked them all, not one 5K pot in the lot. However, I do have a 2-gang 10 pot. So 2 by 10 pot, 2 by 10K pots there, Herb, in parallel, would give you the 5K. It might probably cost you more in petrol to come over here and get it and go back than to get one from the shop. But and it's not wire wound, it's a carbon type. But if it's not carrying very much current, that would not make any difference. But it is a new one. It's not a reclaim job there. Just checking the solder lugs. And yes, no solder on those. So that is the nearest thing I could find. It's a bit like when you're sorting out magazines that we mentioned the other day. Started looking at the pots and measuring them, and the ones that were unclear in marking, I just put a bit of texture on those so that I know what they are next time round. And of course I found about 10 or 15 that were quite useless. They're just things I'd thrown in the box over the years. So I kept the brass nuts and the washers from them, and dismantled a couple that had the long spindles, and kept those for the actual spindle shaft and holder assembly there. They're very handy for the odd dial mechanism that you might need to construct. But apart from that, the remains went into the bin. But I've still got about 3/4 of a shoebox full here. Heaven knows if I'll ever use them, but they might come in handy. Let's see, radio frequency interference from the cable TV wires. Nothing further on that. I'm awaiting a call from the other network, waiting a call on the phone, and then we'll take it from there. So the interference is still here, but not interfering with the signals very much this morning. So let me see. I think it's back to Jack, and we'll leave a pause there, Jack, if you like, in case there was another station. VK3 Echo Bravo and the group VK3 Whiskey Yankee November.
VK3B returning to the grid. VK3AP next in line. Nothing heard at this QTH. So that's the story there. Our strength-wise this morning, Al, strength 8 and kicking upwards. Herb, 10/9, and Brian, strength 9. So they're about the usual signals, I think. Okay, on the diodes, Al, I've got a couple, I'm sure. I'm anticipating what you're going to say. They are probably germanium, and I'll dig out a couple. I've got plenty of silicons too, but I'll dig out a couple and put them in, assuming that they're the faulty component. But I'll take it right apart. I've got the a circuit board, printed circuit board, bolted into the box, so that makes it awkward. So I'll take everything apart from the ground up sort of thing, and I just check the diodes again. But I'm sure they must be the faulty component. But we'll have a look anyhow. But I doubt whether I'll get onto it today. I could do it at night possibly. But usually I'm fagged out and quite happy to watch the TV, particularly if there's something interesting. Don't know whether you watched that Oliver's Travels, I think, or yes, Oliver's Travels, I think it was, Brian, but that wasn't a bad show. It went on for about 5 episodes, but unfortunately we had missed the one the week before. We went over to my son's place to dine, so we didn't give it a thought. And missed out there, which was pretty critical. You can get the book at the ABC shop, and I might just price it when I'm over at Chadstone there and at the ABC shop and see how much they want for it. But if they want a fortune, I'll leave it because they may repeat it. So they may, yes, they may repeat it on the air, and I can watch it again. Okay, Al, I'm almost making it yesterday, and you didn't go shopping. Well, you still got to do that, I suppose. The shopping is a nuisance, particularly in the hot weather. It's a terrible task, I think. Anyhow, we'll do a bit of shopping when we visit the podiatrist today. We thought you may have been still asleep in bed, because I think you had mentioned that the previous day or so. Okay, Herb, on the 5,000 ohm pot. Well, I'll have a look. But I'm keeping out of the garage just at the moment. I've got fiberglass corrugated sheeting there in a couple of spots, and you're likely to get sunstroke if you put a box on the table and start going through it looking for components. But anyhow, we'll have a look. I presume you'd want a long shaft too. You can fill me in on that, a long shaft too. So keep me posted on that one. Yes, I haven't done anything further on the 3-tube transceiver I was going to knock up. But I've got to get a start on the box, but I can't do anything much with the heat. And I've got to make up the box and cut out 3 circles for the valve sockets and one thing or the other. And fortunately I've got a couple of transformers which should do the trick. And we'll take it from there. Sorry, that was my fault. What else we got there? I've been watering this morning. I was up at 6 and had breakfast and completed my ablutions and went on the air, and then I think I might have been out watering before then. Did the dishes early and went out for my walk, got it over and done with, so that was good. So I've been fairly active this morning. I had a good read too. Okay, Brian, on your box of pots there. Well, no, I suppose mine might be half a shoebox full anyhow. But a wire wound, we'll have a look. If the shaft doesn't have to be too long, sometimes, you know, you need a 2-inch shaft. It makes it a bit awkward. So we'll see what we've got anyhow. What else have I got? Yes, I'm rather keen to knock up this little transceiver there with a super regen receiver, and I'll try and get the receiver working first. I won't worry about the transmitter part, and just see if I can get that going and whether I can listen to 160 and whether it brings it up loud enough from one thing or the other. So that's what I'll do there. What else have we got? Not a great deal. Had to get a new silencer on the car yesterday. My wife took the car over and got it fitted, which reminds me I haven't seen the account yet, so I must have a look for that. I better ask her about that, just to see what it costs, but you can reckon it would cost a couple of $100 no matter what happens. These things are always very expensive, and you don't get anything under 100 these days in relation to a car. So that's the story there. Okay, put it to you, Al, and you carry on from here. VK3AP in the group, VK3 Echo Bravo.
Yes, thanks, Jack. VK3AP entering the group once more, and copied all okay. Just to fill you in, you're plus 15 here, Jack, plus 15. Herb is plus 60, a mighty powerful signal, and Brian, you're coming in about plus 48, I think, or something like that. They're all very good signals. And thanks for my report too. Herb, your temperature, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, corresponds to freezing point in Celsius. It's 32 degrees Celsius, so you can take it or leave it. Preferably I'd take the Celsius reading because it seems much cooler, doesn't it? 32 degrees. Golly. And okay about the AR7 receiver too, the crystal holder. Yes, I remember those crystal holders. In fact, I've got a few here. And you've got to undo 4 screws, I think, and the crystal can be handled quite easily because it's a great big piece of it looks like glass. That's the crystal, and I don't think you could do any harm to it. And it's held with a fairly nice holder, so that should be okay. And I quite agree. When you look in the FT101 and have a look at the crystals in there, they've got a row of 11 crystals which fit into a very small compartment or a very small part of the chassis, and they're all hermetically sealed. You can't take them apart and clean them or anything like that. But they appear to do the job quite well. And okay about the potentiometer, I think you want a potentiometer, a carbon type. I think I've got a carbon type here, so if you get stuck any time, well, it'll be here. I'm not sure about the long shaft. I'm not sure whether they've got long or short shafts. I've got them in a boot box, the same as you, Brian. We might even be using the same box. I don't know, but it's quite good. I'm quite sure the 5K would be available. I'll have a look anyway. And okay about the germanium diodes too, Jack. That's quite a thing. I find with the diodes, germanium used to be the very common ones at one time. They didn't have silicon, and they used to use these germanium diodes. Just going to cut my plate current back a little. I find that the germanium work at a lower input voltage, about 0.3 of a volt, whereas the silicon are 0.6, so they make better detectors and so forth. But there's one way to tell germanium from silicon. The germanium diode usually has a cat's whisker going on it, and the little germanium chip you can see inside the glass, if it's visible, and you find a little square germanium chip about an 1/8 of an inch square, and that is fastened on by some strange means. They tell you not to put any heat on the diode because you'll ruin it and everything, but they must have used this one when it was being manufactured, so I don't know what the story is there. But the easy way to check germanium or compare germanium with silicon is to see if this little germanium chip remains at the positive end of the diode. It's usually the positive end that is involved, and it usually has a little catch whisker going onto it, sprung no doubt during manufacture. And I've got quite a few here. In fact, I've got some from old TV sets which I found on the nature strip of some kindly person not far away. Not in this street, of course. I've got quite a wealth of things like that. I've got good diodes and good transistors and everything. So that's the best way to look at them. With silicon, of course, you can't tell much what's happened there. There's just two look like cylinders of or some connection, and a little wee bit in the middle is a little piece of crystal jammed in, and that's how you tell the difference. You probably know all this anyway. And okay about not having any TV on, well, likewise the same. We were going to watch something one night and I don't know what happened. We just forgot about it. And no shopping. Yes, well, that was the result here too. We had all intentions of going and doing the shopping, but we reneged at the last minute. Right now and then I would have put the rig on and joined in the net. And I've got down here watering today. Yes, well, that's the only chance you'll get any water is hose water. You can't, don't think you can rely on the weather to rain or not today. And okay about the 3-tube transceiver you've working on there too. Yes, that'll be quite good. You've got to be very careful nowadays when you make up anything out of the junk box that you can replace tube, because there's no doubt about it that tubes have a limited life, and it's remarkable. My little IC22S here has all transistors, all solid state, and I would say by measurements and things I've made, it hasn't deteriorated at all since when I got to 1981. So that's 15 years or so ago. And it's still going strong. I've done a little bit to it, like put in RF chokes where they're... I'm blown if I can find out if they made any difference at all, but I put them in just the same, because they recommended it from the AR magazine. You know, you get 2 or 3 S points difference. I didn't notice any difference at all, so I'm not sure whether this one is slightly later than the original IC22S, but it was put in just the same to be on the safe side. Right, well, that's all I've got for now, so I'll put it over to Herb, who will be next in line. So you take it, Herb, and keep that thermometer on 32 degrees Celsius if possible. We need it. VK3JO, VK3AP.
I wasn't sure whether I heard a voice there as I went to switch over. I'll take another standby, but I don't think there's anyone there. No, nothing's heard, no sign of a carrier, nor anything. Right, okay. Yes, all good copy, of course. Thanks very much for all the interesting comments took there. Okay, about the singing postie, Brian. And it reminds me of the latest home health blast that we've got here. she's continually chortling away at something or another. Not extremely musical, but well, keeps her happy, so that's the main thing. Oh yes, comments there about the crystals, and yes, this old stager thing, that's, of course, initially, they were never in holders like that. Like that at all. You used to perhaps use or perhaps an old valve base, and you'd have a plate there in the bottom, and another little plate that was quite loose and not very heavy, and just rest that on top of the crystal. That was the original ones. Of course, you couldn't go and turn the thing upside down or anything. You had to just leave the crystal stand there, and everything was okay as long as you didn't sneeze or something. Well, about those potentiometers, I see that they do have to carry the cathode current of one section of the 6C8G, and I see by reference to the technical data book, that's given as 3.2 milliamps. So that's why I prefer it to be wire wound. Anyway, and look, I'm not sure of the actual meter reading, what that meter there, whether it's an 0 to 1 millimetre or whether it's 0 to 5 full scale deflection or whatever. That's not specified, and I can't detect anything on the dial there to give an indication of just what actual meter reading it is. So, but of course the whole thing depends on the adjustment of that potentiometer, which is really just used as a variable resistor, and that you adjust that to get your full scale deflection on that meter, so that you're really varying the cathode capacity, cathode resistor. So that's what you're really doing there. And 3.2 mils, because you're not going to need 5,000 ohms. The only didn't notice the grid bias voltage there, so I just took a glance at the where they say what value of the cathode resistor to use for resistance coupled AF stage, and of course that's much higher. But with grid bias volts minus 4.5, so I suppose we can work out an appropriate value of resistor from that. I won't attempt to do it at the moment. The inbuilt computer perhaps not functioning quite as well as to cope with that. Right, probably get the decimal point tied up and moved around in the wrong spot. Anyway, thanks for the offer there. Thanks for looking through the box there, and I've looked through a box of pots that I've got too, and I think probably most of them could be thrown away. Short shaft would be adequate. It's just mounted behind the panel, so there's no occasion for a long shaft. I only have to chop it off. Right. Didn't make any other notes there, Brian. I can't quite recall all the other comments, but anyway, give me a reminder if there's anything I missed out on. And yes, Jack followed you again there, so note the comments. Actually, yeah, that's right. Yes, note the comments there about the garage and the heat and the fiberglass. Yes, well, I've got fiberglass on this area here, and that's one of the reasons it gets stinking hot. But I've got the door at the back open, so I've got a breeze coming through, and I've got a little fan blowing, which is blowing the air at 32 degrees C, and it feels quite warm. Yeah, note the 3-tube transceiver project there, the Super Gen receiver, and the way you mentioned that, what you have to do there, and you mentioned that you've got to cut some holes for the valve sockets, and you've got trannies there. So really it sounded very much as they were going to use the transformers to cut the holes in for the valves. But that's only my stupidity. Okay, about the, what else have we got there? Up at the clock, 6 o'clock, usual chores, so on. And, car silencer. Yes, don't get anything for nothing these days, so that, anyway, it's something that you've got to have done. No good having the thing making too many noises and that sort of thing. It could be pulled up and told that you've got an unroadworthy vehicle, so something you've got to do if you want to keep the car running. Let's see, Al, your next comments there. Thanks for the signal report. Yes, well, actually on the meter, Jack was reading 20, and you've been reading 36, Al. I didn't notice what it was before you made that little adjustment. And Brian's reading 40, which is quite high. I normally give him about 36, 35, 36. But then we don't get too many days of this temperature of 32 degrees. So apparently the setup likes the warmer temperatures seem to give us better propagation, or something or other. Sets seem to be working a bit better. So might only be the S meter. But anyway, not to worry. Didn't hear any mention, Brian, about the whoop, 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 whoop noise. So I think you said, I might have said it was still going, but I didn't note it down. Let's see, you want to speak about Al? Oh, yes, okay, about the potentiometers wire wound. And yes, I think that'd be the best. Short shaft. Yes, okay, about the diodes too, germanium there. Oh, interesting to note that. Not all of them are so obligingly made that you can see inside. So you've got to use that forward current, I think, is probably the best way of detecting whether you've got a germanium or a silicon. And also the shopping deferred, and it's not going to be any easier today. Probably a little bit hotter than it was yesterday. And the amount of crystals used in the different sets these days, yes, is quite a lot. And apparently you had a job of putting some RF chokes in there too, but found no difference. Right, yes, well, I'm afraid I haven't done anything further with this second IC22. It works okay, but I did notice in a hot day that it was getting almost too hot to touch, which the original one doesn't. It's still quite cool. My hand on it at the moment. So the other one, of course, it had been a hot day, and I'd had the set running. Does appear to be working okay, but whilst these hot conditions persist, I think I'll leave it switched off. Don't know why there should be a difference, but quite obviously there would have been a time difference in the manufacture, and probably there's something just a bit different in the circuitry there, than could be that making the thing get hot. But it does appear to be working all right. And yes, I think that's about enough from me, so we'll see what Brian's got to say. Time's getting on. And give me a reminder if I've overlooked something. BK3WYN with the group, BK3JO standing by.
BK3JO in the group, BK3WYN returning. And you caught me with one finger on the calculator and the other hand around a cup of cool drink here, Herb, of the soft variety, I hasten to add. to keep the airwaves pure and wholesome. Good copy all round. A little bit of the cable TV interference in the background on your signal, Jack, but could copy you all the way there. Herb, you mentioned interference. Yes, it's still present. The cable TV RFI still present and still spread right across the bands. And the current status is I'm awaiting a phone call from the second of the two cable TV companies following my call with the SMA the other day. So that's the stage we're at the moment. And now let me see. Jack, you followed me. And Jack, you mentioned Oliver's Travels. No, I did not watch that series, Jack. I watched the first episode, or about half of it, and for some reason I couldn't get engrossed in that, so I didn't watch it anymore. But by the same sound of it, you found it quite enjoyable there, Jack, which is great. And let's see, note the early start, and the watering and the domestic chores. Well, the same as yesterday, I had an early start here again this morning, Jack and the rest of the net. And again, in the front part of the block here, which is in the shade in the morning, doing a bit of weeding there, and a couple of things I'd let go a little bit. A couple of rose bushes have got a bit straggly there, sending up the water shoots. So you had to do something about that, which was done. And yep, note the comments there, Jack, on the Super Regen receiver component of that small transceiver, and also the financial disaster there with the car exhaust muffler. I think on your car that would be one of the expensive types, wouldn't it? Luckily on the old Ford I have the complete exhaust system with all the pipes and muffler itself fitted and installed. That's around about the 150 dB there. But there's nothing in that in the way of these catalytic converters or such like. Just a muffler box with a few few baffles in, and so luckily not very dear there. I find they seem to last about 10 years. That's round about the time I get out of them. A lot depends if you do short stop-start driving there, of course, and if you get to those very short runs just up to the local shops, which is a lot of my running now, if I use the car, you don't have a chance to actually warm up the exhaust system sufficiently to get rid of all the moisture condensation. So of course the moisture is still in there when you switch off the engine. So that greatly adds to the corrosion problems. And Al, note your potentiometer collection is in a like-minded box to the one here. Oh yes, shoe boxes and biscuit tins, great receptacles for bits and pieces. And I particularly like the biscuit tins because you don't have any problem there with moisture, dust, silverfish or anything else getting in. So, but the shoe boxes are handy also there. And luckily, that's still something that is produced in the, in the footwear industry. They haven't yet got to the stage of having just chucking the shoes in a plastic bag and giving them to you over the counter. So fortunately, the shoe boxes are still around for collection there. A couple of local shops here, they're very glad to get rid of them. And I don't think they have enough to warrant a sort of a collection of them by the recycling people, but they get a bit too many just out in the back of the shop there. So quite handy. And Al, note the good run you've had from the IC22. Yes, that's very nice, isn't it? And I hope you were uttering that phrase, Al, touch wood, when you said that. We all know what happens when we comment on how good the rigs and the motor cars are. So I'll give you time to get hold of a piece of wood there, Al. Herb, pleased to hear about your home help soprano there. And, yes, indicates a pleasant sort of attitude, I think, Herb. And let's see. Oh, yes, I mentioned about the cable TV RFI, Herb. And I did note what you said there earlier, that you could just hear it in the background, that particular sound that we've all got used to hearing. And that potentiometer, well, as I say, I was in the process of working out what wattage pot you would need. I assume that 5000K pot is in the cathode circuit, and you mentioned a cathode current there of 3 milliamps or thereabouts. So that gives about 16 volts across the pot. So 16 volts by, what would we have? 16 volts by 3, that's 48 divided by 1,000, which is, 48 milliamps, 0.48 of a watt. So you haven't got much in the way of power there, Herb, to worry about. So, a carbon one would probably do the job, I would say there. And let's see, just doing that calculation again, that didn't sound right. 16 volts multiplied by 3 milliamps, wasn't it? Multiplied by 3, and then what are we divided by 1,000? 0.05 of a watt, Herb. 0.05 of a watt. So not much to worry about there power-wise. I think a carbon pot would be no trouble at all if I've got that circuit right in my mind's eye view here. So let's see what else has been happening here. News from WYN. Yes, yesterday quite busy on the airwaves. 1:60 in the morning, of course. Had 3 pretty lengthy contacts on 2 metres around the Melbourne area, one of which was Al in the afternoon. Evening was 80 metres net with Bill, and also had a trial on the Ballarat repeater, VK3RBA, the Ballarat 2 metre repeater, and was able to copy both ways quite well, both Bill in Warrnambool and who else was on? There was another station on, that's right, and a station in Mount Gambier, a VK5 station. So had good copy there, as I say, both ways on that particular repeater. So that was not bad at all. And apart from that, what's happening today? I think I'll be inside, indoors for the afternoon. Going to be a bit warm outside there. So that's about the news from here. Still doing a little bit of work on the computer, and still learning as I go with that, which is all rather interesting. Just wondering if anyone's heard from Reg on 2 metres when I may not have been on. Just wondered if he's connected up the high tension to that linear Mark III, and if so, I hope he's not touched the live wire. So if you're listening there, Reg, we'll hear a progress report in due course. Let me see, what's the time? Right, we're about on time, Jack, so that worked out well. I'll pass it back to you, Jack, and then let's see, where are we in the order of things? And then if you pass it on to Al. BK3EB and the group BK3WYN.
Yes, good morning to you, Brian. VK3AP in the group, VK3 Echo Bravo. If there's any sort of a hum at the moment, I've got a 6-inch fan mounted on the desk in front of me here, blowing straight on me. I hope I don't get a chill out of it. But I'm prepared to take the risk today because they're getting hotter and hotter. And I thought that, I've got the sun blind pulled down on the window, but even so, I've got the window open a bit. I might be getting some of that north to northeast wind that they forecast today coming through the window, so I better close that up. So I've got the 6-inch fan, which is just about right for size in the location that it is. Yes, okay all round, and quite good signals this morning. Brian, strength 9, I think I gave you your signal, and Elle still to do some shopping, and Herb to find a 5K pot. Anyhow, I'll have a look too, Herb, and see what I've got. Okay, just a bit of QRN, but all's well. So I'll say good morning all round, and good morning to our listeners, and hope you all have a pleasant day, and we'll have as pleasant as we can. The main thing is to be able to sleep tonight with the heat. So I'll say cheers all round and put it over to VK3AP. VK3EB is now off and clear.
Yes, thanks, Jack. VK3AP and the group. This is VK3AP. I'm a little mixed up at the moment. I've had some morning tea brought into me. Well, probably afternoon tea very shortly. I better hurry. And I've got a vice in front of me. I've been fixing a little RF choke, and the lead came off the end of it, and I'm aerodiding it back on again, so I've got to be very careful I don't put my hand on it for the next 30 minutes or so. Well, I don't think I've got very much here. I'm surprised to hear you, oh, not surprised, but disturbed to hear you've got to have the exhaust system replaced in the car. Yes, I've had that done a few times here with this Volvo of mine. It doesn't like short runs, and the man who put the new exhaust system in said it was all due to the fact I don't make long runs, and that moisture hangs inside. The first Volvo I had, I remember I took down to Surrey Hills some time back and had a stainless steel system put in. That was marvellous. It didn't give any further trouble until, of course, it was written off on the Canterbury Road, Springvale Road corner by some fellow who just refused to obey the rules. And okay, Herb, about the pot and the 6 CG8, I think that's the setup, and the 3 milliamps, a 3.2 milliamp current. Yes, well, that will be the way it goes, I suppose. And I quite agree with Brian. The potentiometers, the carbon potentiometer will be quite okay, but you can't beat the old wire wound if you have got space to put one in. They're usually slightly larger, but they'd be quite effective, I think. Although you've got to be very careful you don't have them acting like an inductance. If you put in a crystal oscillator circuit, it might just give you that little bit of inductance which you don't want. So you may have to bypass it securely with a capacitor. I'm not sure about that. And okay, Jack, about the 3-tube receiver. And well, we'll look forward to when you put it on air if it gets to that stage. And Herb, okay about your IC22. Yes, one getting hot and one doesn't get hot. You'll have to investigate that more securely. But mind you, I think you can get quite warm without being near the danger level, because they use mostly silicon transistors in that, and they can stand up to, in some cases, up to 200 degrees Celsius without any trouble. But you can't do that with germanium. Of course, they're very, very prone to drift and everything. But it's a matter of just finding out really how hot they do get. They will get hot this weather, there's no doubt about it. And okay, Brian, too, about your comments on the exhaust system in the car. Yes, well, that's not a bad run, really, because I don't think I got anywhere near that out of my car when we had it done. The exhaust system, I think, only lasted about a couple of years and then went bang again. Well, it didn't go bang, but I couldn't make out how the car was making so much noise. And looked underneath, and to my horror, there it was. Great big, long slit in the muffler, about well over 12 inches long. Well, I don't think I've got very much more now, so I'll sign on this over, I think, and wish you all the best. And I don't think there's anything else. So thanks for the report too, Jack, and the various comments. And thanks, Herb, too, for the report on my signal. That's quite good, considering I'm only using a temporary antenna, which I think is now rapidly becoming permanent. Oh, well, that's how things go. Well, I'll put it over now to you and leave you have the say. So VK3JO to transmit with the group listening. VK3AP now signing clear.
Right, VK3JO replying. Well, okay, everyone there. Thanks very much for remarks, comments there, etc. I was looking through the specifications for the AR7 set, and they do specify a wire-wound pot for that, and I think I'd prefer to use that rather than the carbon ones. In the past, of course, used to blame the noisiness on them that creeps up due to current flow and so on, so that where it could be left for any particular time at the one setting to control the current through the tube and hence the meter. I think I'd prefer the wire wound. I see they're not all that hard to come by, and I think they're rated at a 3 watt, which should be quite adequate. I haven't worked it all out there anyway, but yes, I think there's only about 1.5 watts at the most there in the power rating. Anyway, not to worry, but since that meter is really quite important for some of the observing some of the adjustments, I think it'd pay me to get that fixed before I go any further. So I think I'll probably end up by buying one. I want to get a few other silly little things too, and I don't think I'll be leaving the house whilst the weather is hot. Oh, interested about the comments about car exhausts too, and yes, I guess I'll be in the same boat. Since I don't use it regularly for any long runs, it's only on odd occasions. When I do have to use it and go for anywhere, I usually take it a little bit longer than I need, but it's still not really adequate to heat the exhaust up to overcome that moisture condensation that would probably still be there in the mainly in the muffler, I think, where it would accumulate and certainly accelerate the corrosion therein. Right. Yes, all other comments noted there, and note the TVI. No, well, I don't hear any of it here this morning. But then that seems to vary, and sometimes I've got to tune off frequency, and I didn't tune off frequency then. I wondered whether that weak station did come up there when Jack opened up, because I was getting that flutter, but I didn't hear any modulation. So, right, let's see, Brian followed me. Jack noted your comments there too. Yes, I don't think there was anything else there. Didn't make any notes. Looking through the manual about the AR7 just to check up on that, I eventually found the wire wound is specified. To note at the exhausts, and also comments there about the IC22 heating up. Yes, since the problem I had earlier has been corrected, I had been leaving it run, as I quite often do during the day, and quite often had calls from different people, which reminds me, Brian, that no contact with Reg since last week. Haven't heard him on. Right. So, yes, it was just leaving it on, and in case somebody wants to get in touch with me, and one hot day, I think it was last week, I had left the thing running there and put my hand on it. Oh, it was quite hot. And the other one wasn't as hot. That hadn't been, they're alongside each other in the same environment sort of thing. The other one that hadn't had any power into it, of course that wasn't as hot. But obviously they're going to get the same heat as the ambient temperature. And but this original one, whilst that's still got the same situation, it's also got the power onto it, and it doesn't get as hot. So I've noticed before that the other one seems to heat up a bit more readily. So whether it's hard to know, maybe different transistors and producing a bit more heat. I don't know. Anyhow, so far the thing hasn't failed, but then you've got to switch the thing on and try it before you know that. I've kept it off during this hot weather using the old original one, and you feel that breeze blowing through the open doorway, and it's quite hot. So I don't think I'll be doing much or anything outside. I was pulling up some weeds this morning before it got too hot, so I won't be resuming that. Right, and the watering I was doing last evening, I haven't done any this morning. And the veggies seem to be coming on and producing, so that's all to the good. And there's just one other place that I have been putting a bit of water on, and that's the hibiscus plants just in that bed as we come to their front steps. They seem to have been flowering more so this season than they've ever done before. Right, so I better say cheers, all the best. Thanks very much for all the comments and the chat, and good to hear everybody popping up like that. And I'll just have a listen through for any final comments. But leave a pause, Brian, you follow me. Leave a pause in case that other, it was 3ZK that was trying to call in, but Jack's carrier was so strong, it was just that I noticed the flutter arrangement were indicating just about a 5 cycles off frequency or difference in frequency, and I just heard that. I couldn't detect any modulation. So leave a pause if you would, please, Brian, and I'll listen through for final comments before closing. But anyway, I better say cheers and all wish you all the best, and all have a nice day in spite of the temperature climbing up. And we should be on again tomorrow as usual. So this is VK3JO concluding, but standing by. Cheers all. No sign of that other carrier.
Nothing heard here, Herb, as well as I can report with the interference in the background. So VK3JO, VK3WYN returning to the group briefly. Yes, all the points noted there. Jack has gone clear. 7-3 Jack, if you're listening. And note your further comments, Al, and yours there, Herb. And yes, fire on the pots then. Well, I'll put this one back in the box. As I say, they working out that little calculation there, Herb. The 5,000 ohm pot with 3 milliamps flowing through it, if that's how it is in that cathode circuit. That works out to about 16 volts or 15 volts across the pot. So 15 volts by 3 milliamps a bit under 0.05 of a watt. But yeah, that's a true point with the carbon pots, isn't it? Where you've got that constant current flow as distinct from just an actual signal. As such, you've really got you've got a DC current flow there all the time, haven't you? So that can make a bit of a spot there on the carbon track. So, rightio. One thing, Herb, if you're going shopping there for bits and pieces, it might be worth a phone call to more than one supplier. And there's a couple down in the end of Springvale Road. I think you know the ones I mean there, down towards Dandenong Road. And I don't know if you've got the other catalogue there. So might be have a phone call if you're buying quite a few bits and pieces. Might be a difference there price-wise, or with the actual components that you want to get. They might have them in one place and not the other, and vice versa. So anyway, just a thought there. And yes, interesting on the Ballarat repeater last night on 2 metres. One of the stations I caught up with, who I'd not worked before, one of the new H-call stations, VK3HCH, Hotel Charlie Hotel. His name is Graham, and he is Bob's brother there, Herb. Al doesn't know Bob, but Bob VK3VCI, who lives in Stawell. That's the link up there. And the H call, the H prefix for the 3-letter calls, that's the novice limited classification. That's a no Morse classification there. And the holders of that particular certificate have limited rights there. And I think Graham is persevering. I think he wants to go straight for the 10 words a minute CW there. So he's interested in upgrading. So at the moment he cannot get on HF bands. So it was good to catch up with him via the repeater network. Quite handy for that sort of thing. The Ballarat repeater, I always get that here at full strength. The repeater carrier is full strength on the meter here, as I say, from VK3RBA. So quite interesting there. Okay, that's a lot. I'll go clear now. And Al, if you're still there, you might like to tie up the ribbons. VK3AP and the group, VK3WYN signing.
Yes, thanks, Brian. Yes, I'm still here and haven't been called for lunch yet. And I think Herb will be quite satisfied with that pot, the one he's anticipating getting. And I like the wire wound myself because they're fairly permanent, aren't they? Once you've adjusted them or set them what you want, they usually stay like it. The carbon ones do vary a little, so good luck with it, Herb. I've got very little else here now, and I think that'll be the finish. And that IC22 of yours, Herb, the one that gets warm, you've got to take into account the ambient temperature, which you would, no doubt, and also the fact that it's much warmer weather now. In the winter time, it'll be quite cold. I've often felt the transformer of this FT101E, and that gets quite warm this weather, there's no doubt about it. But it soon disappears when the temperature falls. Anyway, the best of luck with it, and we'll see you all again. I think that's a lot now, so I'll say 73 and cheers to you all, and look forward to a contact in the future. I don't know about tomorrow, whether we'll run the gauntlet and go out, but we've got to get out sooner or later. So with those few remarks, I'll say 73 and cheers to everyone, and hope to see you again. VK3AP is now signing clear of the group, and I'll put it over to you now, Herb, for your final comments. VK3JO, VK3AP now signing.
VK3JO replying, yes, all okay. And thanks very much for that. With the odds and ends that I want to buy, it won't amount to a great deal. And by the time I go chasing around to different places, I think I'd just be as happy to pick out one. I've got catalogues from Rod Irving and Dick Smith, and it's a toss-up there. I've heard Jerry talk of one Rod Irving up in Rooks Road, and wondered whether I might try that place, see what that setup is like. Their other place in Box Hill, it's a little bit awkward really, because of it's sort of just off. You've got to get into the service road to get into his place. You can't sort of park in Whitehorse Road there where it passes, but there is a service road. And to get into that, of course, one has to make a U-turn in Whitehorse Road, coming from my direction anyway, and get into the service road, and then I'm not sure that you'd get a park within Cooey anyway. Have been there once or twice, but I've gone around the back way and parked in one of the streets coming from the north. It has been quite a walk to get to the spot. Anyway, that's what I had in mind, but it won't amount to dollars, a great deal of dollars, the odds and ends that I'm thinking of. And I'd like to get a couple of, I think they're BNC sockets. It's all to do with the changeover arrangement. Don't seem to have too many of those. And some RCA plugs. I think they're the sort of things that hook onto or plug onto the sockets on the back of the FT101. So a few of those could be handy and might be useful to utilise some of the facilities that one gets from those sockets at the back of the FT101. So that's the only few things I had in mind apart from the pot. So I'll say cheers, all the best, and okay about tomorrow there, Al. So we'll catch you if you're on, and if you're not, we'll perhaps the next day. And thanks for the comments about the IC22. Yes, I'll just have to watch that, and perhaps just confine use of it to the winter when it's not so hot. So anyway, thanks for all for that. Okay, well, I'll just have a listen on the band in case there was another station there before pulling the big switch and getting some lunch. VK3JO concluding and closing. Wing order. EB, AP, WYN, and JO. Good morning, Al, Brian and Herb. It's not any cooler. It's much hotter outside than in with the air conditioner going. It seems to keep the place down, to a reasonable thing. The meter and the field strength meter's gone full scale. So that probably wants turning down a bit. And I'm running about 750 milliamps RF. That's fairly satisfactory one way and the other. Today, I was out yesterday at the podiatrist and had my feet done, and they're pretty good now. I can walk, and I've got nails have been cut and what have you, and all's well, and corn's been attended to. Did our shopping after the podiatrist yesterday, and I left the list at home, but we did fairly well, only missed 3 items, so they can be picked up in due course. Today could be the day of working on the bridge. I was having a look at it this morning, and I reckon it must be the diodes, as I've got the same zero resistance forward and back, depending on, irrespective of where the
the switching is. So anyhow, I'll undo a couple of bolts and take it apart sometime this afternoon and give it a go and see if I can get it right. But today looks the closest I've been to getting a start on it, so that's good. I'll look for the diodes first just to make sure I've got replacements without having to rush up to Tandy's. That's one thing you can get at Tandy's is some germanium diodes, 1N34, so you get 10 for a couple of dollars, I think, which may not be that cheap, but it's handy to be able to get the right item. So that's the story there. I've been watering this morning. I got up, I was awake at 5 and tried to sleep till 6, didn't do any good. Anyhow, I got up at 6 and completed my breakfast and ablutions and what have you, and then I was out watering the garden, and I did the back garden and was using the sprinkler on the front, and we'll do some more later on today. So that'll keep things alive. And I've got a box to make up out in the garage, out of plywood, for this 3-tuber that I want to knock up. And I'd better do that too if it's cool enough. I'll have to cut some holes for octal sockets, and the middle socket I might have to put a 9-pin hole in there. A miniature tube one to just in case I haven't got a diode, a triode to go in the middle valve, and I might have to use a miniature triode. Anyhow, that's what I've been up to, and that's what I'm proposing. Went out for a walk. It was fairly warm, and I was quite pleased to get back into the house where it was a bit cooler. So that's the story there. Okay, Al, I hope you're fitting well and got your hoses going front and back. VK3AP in the group, VK3B.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. VK3WYN next in line. And I've just been listening here for a little while. There's a little bit of activity on the Macedon repeater, but I didn't hear any other. Anyway, it's quite pleased to know that, Jack, that you've completed the shopping. We've got ours to do yet. We haven't braved the outside world yet, but we've got to make it tomorrow. So, although we've got some, I don't know whether you'd say they were good, but some shopping hours now, which the shop opens from 7 o'clock in the morning till midnight, 7 days a week. So we can really do the shopping any time. And that's round at Brentford Square, of course, where we do all our shopping. And okay about your open circuit diodes. I think you said you're working on some equipment there that had some diodes in and they were open circuit. Yes, well, that's the trouble with most of the germanium diodes anyway. They just either work or they don't. And I hope you find the trouble, or they may have just failed. Normally, diodes can just fail suddenly and leave it at that. And okay about visiting Tandy too. Yes, I must pay them a visit myself, because we went mad one day and went in and priced the CD player and everything, and were quite certain we were going to get one, and then we let the matter go. So we'll have to get round to them. And I want some new test meter, multimeter leads too, because the good one I've got here, the digital multimeter, that leads on that have been defective for some time. So I'll replace them when I can. I've got 2 other meters here too, which the leads appear to be all right. And okay about the 3-tube receiver you've got. The little box for it or something. Well, that'll be something when it's going. So good luck with that too. And okay about your walk this morning too. That's not a thing that you relish doing too late in the day anyway. So it's only a matter of getting in early before it heats up and you'll be right. Righto, Jack. I'll put it over now to Brian. VK3WYN, VK3AP standing by.
Yes, very good there, Al. VK3AP and the group, VK3WYN. And good morning, Jack. Good morning, Al. And good morning, Herb. No breakers heard. Yes, I was up on 2 meters earlier this morning with Herb and the other regular stations there. Jerry, Frank, yourself there, Jack, and who else was there? Oh, that's right, Barry was not there. So, yeah, we had a good chat on 2 meters there. And exchanged all the reports there, Al, about the weather and the heat and the temperature and whatnot. So it was a little bit trying, I guess, for some people there last night. So kept the cooler on here for a few hours late in the afternoon yesterday and a little bit through the evening. And that just kept a couple of rooms reasonably okay temperature-wise. Running the usual 25 watts carrier here from the tele radio, and the antenna and the earth radials are all exactly the same as they have been for some time. I mention the radials because it's quite interesting to note virtually no variation in ATU tuning settings between winter, when the ground is wet, and this time of the year when the ground is well and truly dried out. So the radial's ground system appears to be doing the job it should be. And let me see, note your news, Jack, and yeah, note the continual hassle there with the water pipe and the timer and the hose and the passing young children. So, yep, I think I've made a comment there on 2 meters, Jack. It might pay you to get it moved away from the front gate there. So anyway, leave that to yourself. Note the shopping and other activities. And heard a mention of Tandy there, Jack. And I had trouble copying that. The interference, the cable TV RFI, this morning, there's one of those emissions is right on this 1825 frequency this morning. Usually it's a little bit to one side or the other. So that was beating nearly exactly with your signal, Jack. So made it a little bit difficult there to copy some. And yep, note the 3-valve project there. I think that's a transceiver or transmitter receiver, and I think that's the receiver function you're working on, Jack. Correct me if I heard that wrong. And Al, note your news. And yes, I think you've got an air cooler at your place there, Al. So you might have had that on a bit last night. But yeah, it certainly was warm, wasn't it? And let's see, what else is news? Oh yes, note the comments, Al, about the meters. And well, the RF thermocouple ammeter that I mentioned the other day, that we all started talking about there, I've not yet tried that out. Now I want to make up a shunt across the thermocouple before I actually connect it into circuit. Its maximum reading, I think, is 0.75 of an amp. And I think I worked out with my my formula here that that was round about the right rating there in current for my 25 watts into a 50 ohm load. So that should be a fairly good indication, an additional indication of the tele-radio performance here. But I'll start off with a shunt across that thermocouple first off. So I'd hate to vaporise it, seeing as it's lasted since 1940 something. That would be a disaster. Let me see news from here. Yes, commented on the weather and also the power I'm running here. I was on 80 metres last night with our usual net run by Bill at Warrnambool, and that was quite good. Quite a lot of people, myself included, we went fairly early, had a couple of overs each and then switched off. A lot of people were out in their various shacks and not with any cooling of any sort except the fan. So both they and the rigs were getting a bit hot and bothered there. So we had a fairly short session there last night. Watched Citizen Kane on the TV, one of my favourite films there. That together with The Third Man, a couple of good films with Orson Welles and Joseph Cotton in. So I quite enjoy watching a rerun of those. And with that, that's probably enough from me at this stage, so I'll pass it round to you there, Herb, with a pause. VK3JO and the group VK3WYN.
No other takers. VK3JO replying to the group. Yes, good morning all. And usual signals, although I don't know whether it's due to the lower reading on the thermometer scale, but my strength meter and the current meter in the Type 3 seem to be performing somewhat in line. In other words, they're reading lower than they were yesterday. Okay. Anyway, that's what's the power meter still on the 10 watt showing there, right? Yes, okay there, Jack. Yes, we had a bit of a chat this morning, and note your comments there about the weather and field strength meter, and yes, I didn't notice the signal jump up, but the reading I was getting there was 17. Yesterday it started off about 19 and finished up at 20. So, so that's what I mean. My meters there apparently not doing the same job for some reason or another. Probably some other reason involved in that, but I don't know what it is. Note the RF milliamp meter too, and that's apparently giving a pretty good current in the aerial there, so that's okay. Glad the feet's an improvement. Note the shopping. SWR bridge, right, well, yes, if those diodes don't appear to be conducting in one direction, they could be faulty. So, handy you're able to get them at Tandy. The store up here in Forest Hills doesn't seem to have nearly the same variety of material as the like Dick Smith and Irving stores. So, only occasionally get something there. Note the watering and the problem with the hose, etc. there in the front. Yes, pity you didn't have that tap shifted when the water service was being renewed up nearer to the house. Anyway, too late now to worry about that, but if you just disconnect the hose and the timer from the thing and leave it there without the key, a little bit extra trouble to go to, I suppose, to connect it up again when you want to use it. I was doing a bit of watering around just last evening anyway. Not a great deal, but one or two things I want to try and save. Certainly plenty of things showing signs of distress because of all the continued heat, and apparently been something of a record of a heat successive number of hot days. There was one mention about it on broadcast this morning. Apparently go back to about the 1960s or something before there's anything like that. Similar. Can't remember it myself, but it could be. Dear. Right, anyway, note also the box and the holes, etc. there for the sockets for that transceiver. And, oh well, always something to do, isn't there? Okay, too, about the shopping projected. and also comments about the diodes. Well, they do have a tendency to pack up, apparently. My limited experience with them, I haven't met up with that sort of a problem as yet, but it could come. I think the one that I bought initially when they first became available still functions. Just wondering whether I'm using it at the moment, but I don't think so. I think it's in the other unit that I can use as a field strength meter in addition to a monitor, and but I haven't got that in service at the moment. Right. Yeah, okay, about multimeter leads that are failing. Yes, I've had that happen, but I've put it down to buying cheap instruments. I'd have thought the ones that I've got... well, you might have the 2 meter set going there too, Brian, but apparently you want it. I think it sounded as though it could have been Rob's voice. Okay, let's see, where were we? Oh, those meter leads. Yes, I've had some of them fail too, but there's been cheap meters. And the meter that I got, probably about 20 years ago, and they're still functioning without any problems. So, it leaves a lot to be desired. I can't see why they can't make them low, but when they're selling things cheaply, something's got to suffer, I suppose. No, I think Brian's probably on 2 meters now, judging by the S-meter on the 2 meter set waving about there.
Thanks, Brian. All the best. My regards to the boys on the 160.
Yeah, just turned it up there, and that's Rob. Yeah, right, okay. Okay. Yeah, pass along my regards to him too there, Brian, when you're speaking. Thanking for the regards, and pass mine along too. Thanks. Okay, let's see, where were we, Brian? Yes, you're probably listening to me now. So, note the comments about 2 meters earlier and the cooler, and yeah, I'll let you get on to Rob there and have a chat with him in due course. Note the ATU, same summer and winter, very good. The RFI business there has moved apparently. Yes, well, just before coming on air, I was disconnecting the meter that's in the AR7 receiver, and I thought I might try and get some idea of just what current range that meter has, whether it's 0 to 1 mil or 0 to 5 or whatever. And whilst I was doing that, I had this set receiver switched on, and the carrier came up, and I could just very faintly hear that TV cable interference, very faintly. But there was that signal there to beat with it to make it audible. So it wasn't there yesterday. And so you notice it seems to vary about in frequency too. It'll be interesting to know what causes that. So hopefully you might be getting a few answers in due course. Hope it won't be too long. Note the RF meter comments, and the shunt across it certainly just needs strapping across the 2 terminals of the... Oh, you've got a separate thermocouple, so yes, you have to strap that across the input terminals there. And note the work on 80 meters last night. Yes, I don't know. I've got a great deal to talk about. As I mentioned this morning, I was listening on, trying to see what sort of results I could get on the bands 15 metres and 10 metres on the SSP set during yesterday afternoon. Too hot out here to do anything, so it was a bit cooler in there. So had fans going, of course, and I'd closed down windows and doors to try and keep the heat outside, but it still heated up. Certainly wasn't the best night for sleeping. Woke up a few times, managed to get, I think, adequate sleep. Right, where do we go? Oh, nothing very much done this morning. I was doing a little bit outside before it got really too hot. And I think I'll have to be running out this afternoon and doing a bit of shopping. Now, let's see, there was one thing I wanted to comment upon. I just can't think of it now, but there was something that crossed my mind during the listening there. But while I think of it, I'll put it over to Jack. No sign of amateur radio in the mail yesterday, but I did get a notification from the Angus Hospital about this cystoscopy test, and I've got to make a phone call there between 11 and 12 within a couple of days of receiving that notification. So that means either today or tomorrow. So I might as well get it done today and get it over and done with. So that whilst you're speaking, I'm going to vacate the situation here and make a call as requested, just to let them know that I've got the thing, and we'll be there at the date 18th, as 18th of this month, as the notice there stipulates. So with that, Jack, VK3EB, with a pause in case we hear somebody else wanting to join us, VK3JO and the group standing by.
VK3AP. VK3AP in the group, VK3B. Returning. Yes, final round. I was just looking for a couple of diodes and going through a couple of boxes and one thing or the other, and I've got a box here with what looks like a number of diodes. They're either diodes or they're very small, or else they're resistors, one or the other, so I'll check those with the multimeter shortly. Yes, okay, strength-wise L, strength 8, Brian strength 9, Herb 15/9. That's just as I read you on the meter. And it does vary from time to time, either your end or my end. Okay, on the shopping, Al, still to face up to it, yes, well, you go to bed at 4 o'clock and so on. You could go up to the supermarket about 3 a.m. and do an hour of shopping there and come back and stack the stuff away and then go to bed. That would be your answer, and you'd beat the heat probably that way, or a lot of the heat. So that's worth a bit of a thought there, Al. We put the air conditioner on this morning at 5 a.m. So we switched it off at about 11 or 11:30, and it went on again at 5. So it's been doing a sterling job ever since. Okay, Brian, on your 25 watts there, and talking to Bill BKR, I think it is, on the from Warrnambool on the net. Well, they get the sea breeze or the change in weather conditions a little bit earlier than we do, so we should have an advantage on us today. I don't think there's any cool change arrived as yet, and I hope it rains when it does. So that's the story there. Yes, the two diodes show a dead short each way, and I can't see that as to why that should be, because it's only a sampler arrangement on the cable, which in this case is an SO239 each end of the little box, and the wire runs through and round a little toroid, and the other end of the toroid goes to two diodes, I think, one each way, and I can't see the couplings wouldn't be that great to burn the diodes out. But anyhow, it must have picked up enough current to knock it out, but I can't see it. So that's the story there. Seem to have a variety of diodes here, 1,000-volt diodes and 3,000-volt diodes and what have you. And I think out in the garage I might have a couple of the big stud type, you know, they use in the automotive business. So that's the story there. Anyhow, we might get it sorted out this afternoon, particularly if I make up my mind to do it. So we'll see how we go. As long as the heat doesn't knock me out first. I don't think, Jerry hasn't been on for a day or two, but I think it might get a bit hot in his shack there. His shack would be equivalent to my garage, I think, and get like a little furnace box there. So, that's the story there. Okay, I'll put it over to you, and we'll have your further comments. So, a VK3AP in the group, a VK3B.
Yes, VK3WYN would be next in line. This is VK3AP. And all okay, Jack. I'm receiving you here at plus 15. Brian, I'm getting at plus 45. And Herb, of course, plus 60. I can't go any further than that. And quite good signals. And okay, Brian, about the 25-watt carrier. Yes, well, that's doing a good job. I'm receiving you here very well. And okay about the radials too, and not noticing any great change in signal strength or loading from winter time to summertime. Yes, well, that's the idea of the radials. They take the place of the non-conductive earth. I can't exactly say the same applies here because I haven't got any radials for a start, and I'm fastened onto a water pipe. Not me, but the antenna return is on a water pipe which just runs along the ground under the house, and that's about as far as it goes. But I've got another couple of earth spikes in after that, which act as well, they act anyway. And I've got them going just across the little pathway at the side of the house. And so far I haven't worried about them. Matter of fact, I haven't even looked at them or examined them or anything. I might do that sometime and just see what's going on, because they've been down for years and I haven't done anything about them. And okay about the QRM you're getting from the pay TV too, Brian, that must be a pretty nasty thing, because the fact that it lobs on this frequency is not good. And I suppose it'll eventually be fixed up, but I can't honestly see what the problem is really, although I imagine that quite a few frequencies would come down that cable. And okay about the fans for cooling. Well, that's all we use here. Not going into any elaborate situation at the moment. But we've had the fan on all night. That's the bedroom fan, and the other one in the lounge room is used for the same purpose, but you don't have to keep changing it all the time. You just switch one off and switch the other one on. And okay about that shunt across the thermocouple. Well, that's a very good idea if you can find a way to bypass some of the RF that goes up through the thermocouple. It's very good to be able to bypass that, but I don't know whether you can do it correctly. It'll just have to be a reference meter, I suppose. But if you can get more current out of it, or more current into it, I should say, it should be much more useful. And oh yes, okay about the suggestion too of jack shifting the tap. Yes, well, that's a very good idea, but there's quite a major plumbing job, and you've got to just well, put up with it if you can. And what have I got there? Oh yes, okay, Herb, about the diodes you've got still in action. Yes, I had a little RF ammeter, not an RF ammeter, an RF indicator here for 160 metres, and I used to just have a little plastic box that had margarine in it one time, a thing I don't eat now. But this was quite a good idea, and that diode stayed in for a long time. I think I've still got it. It's still working. It was an OA5, a gold bonded diode, and it's amazing how some of them will last for almost forever. And I also heard that 2 metre contact you made, Brian, with VK3 DPR, I think, and both came in here very well. I had the 2 metre gear on at the time, and I heard you both there very well. And no, I know it's not good weather for sleeping, but it doesn't worry me unduly. I just curl up in bed and that's it. And okay, Herb, about the cystoscopy report you got there, and have to reply to that. Yes, well, I sincerely hope everything is all right. It might only be a routine matter. And I like that suggestion of yours, Jack, about the shopping very, very early in the morning at 3 a.m. Well, I suppose that would be possible too. We could do that, but I feel a little bit scared in view of what happened on Saturday night with the group of thugs who gathered around the area, and we have to be very careful we didn't start any trouble, because the language from them was absolutely abusive, and if you join in or tell them what you think, well, they might do something to the car or anything. So we like to keep out of action at that time of the morning anyway. And okay about automotive diodes. Yes, I've got a few here myself. They're fairly high current, with pigtails on and everything, so they might come in useful, but nevertheless I've got them in the box. And I think Herbie mentioned meters varying there. Well, it could be the hot weather. I know the hot weather does affect germanium diodes. You've got to have a derating curve on them if the temperature goes above 40 degrees. So it might be something to do with that. I don't know. But I don't think there's much more you can do about that. Anyway, you take it now, Brian, and we'll hear what else you've been doing there. So VK3WYN, VK3AP, and group listening.
Yes, fine there, Al, VK3AP, and the group VK3WYN. And I'll just give a pause. I'll give a break back to you there, Herb. Just see if you're back on the receiving mode there, or if you're still on the telephone break.
Well, I am here at the moment, but so far I haven't succeeded in getting through, getting an engaged sign all the time. So I'll just have to keep trying. So carry on.
Oh, fine. Very good there. Fine. All copied okay that time there, Jack, from you. A bit of judicious fiddling here with the tuning control. Luckily on the telly radio, it's a tunable receive, so I can go a little bit one side or the other. If I was crystal locked on receive, I'd have not much chance of copying you this morning there, Jack. So anyway, as I say, you got most of it. And Al and Herb, you're the usual very strong signals, of course. And now let me see in the order of things here. Where are we? Herb. I've lost track of who followed who. Rightio. Now, yes, Herb, seeing as you're still there, I'll go to the comments first of all. Note you're awaiting that report that you've got to get in touch with the hospital about. So certainly hope that'll be okay. And yes, the RF ammeter that I got from Leo the other day, it is a separate thermocouple assembly. It's mounted in the same metal box as the meter, but it's the sort of unit where you could, if you wish, have the meter mounted remote from the thermocouple. So quite a handy device. And yes, what I'll be doing with that, I will be experimenting with some shunt resistance wire, which I've got some of here. And I'll get a guide as to if I can get it reading about half scale there on my 25 watts, and then I can work it out from there just by mathematics, hopefully, and a bit of cut and try as well. So should be good. I think it'll be 0.75 of an amp. I think is pretty close, as I mentioned before, to 25 watts into a 50 ohm load. So I think that works out to about 0.707 or something like that. So that should be okay there. Note you were receiving mode last night there, Herb, on some of the bands. And, oh, now Herb, I better just check you're still there, Herb, break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Herb, if you got the pencil handy there. Bill last night mentioned about the get-together. He's given us a date for that. So what I'll do is I'll ring you after the net session and let you know about that. It is this month, Herb, QSL.
Yes, okay, that'll be fine.
Rightio, very good there. Okay, and Jack, yes, Jack, the station at Warrnambool, our 80 metre net controller, Bill, his name, VK3 Delta Fox Romeo, his call sign, and Bill's been running that net for, must be about 14 or 15 years, and quite good. Quite a big number of stations come up on there sometimes, and always plenty of interesting things to talk about. But you're quite right there, Jack. Warrnambool being down on the coast there, they get the change before we do. In fact, often what happens if I'm on that particular net and there is a change coming in from the west, where they come in from naturally, I'll hear a progress report. First of all, we have people in the Mount Gambier area. They're often on the net on 80 metres there. And then we get a progress report as the storms or the change or the thunder and lightning moves across the state. So that's our early warning system there, Jack, as well as the Weather Bureau. Those diodes in the meter there, Jack, well, perhaps they've just had an overload in the past. I'm not sure if you're measuring them in circuit or disconnected at one end, but if they're still shorted there, of course, with one end disconnected, probably just an overload perhaps in the past there, Jack. They'd work like the diode protection unit on some of the receivers, of course, where you've got the back-to-back diodes across the antenna input. And Al, yes, the radials here, Al, that certainly has made a difference. I noticed when I first came onto 160 metres, and I had I had one earth stake, no radials, and I had connected up to the water pipes as well, like yourself there, Al. But did notice quite an appreciable difference there between the summer and the winter settings, if the ground was well and truly dried out or nice and wet there in the winter months. So that's largely overcome, of course, now. I mentioned about the shunt there, Al, for the RF thermocouple. So yes, I've got a box of handy shunt or handy resistance wire there, which will be ideal for just using a small shunt, and I'll try that out. Yes, the station you heard me talking to on 2 metres during our session, Al, that was Rob, VK3 Delta Tango Romeo, and I'll catch up with him this afternoon there on 2 metres. But what he was letting me know there, Al, and the rest of the net, a little while back, we received a message on the packet radio to do with old World War II amateur, or not amateur, disposal radio equipment being used by amateurs. And a VK4 station had sent a packet message asking for information on an AMR 200 set. And between one thing and another, we finally managed to get in touch with Ron, VK3OM, who had a circuit of this very set. So that paperwork has been passed back to the VK4, and Rob, who I spoke to on 2 metres a little while back, he was just alerting me to that fact there. So, quite good. One more thing of interest before I pass it on. I mentioned this on the 2 metre net this morning, but Al, you might be interested in this. On SBS TV each day, they have a program called Page, P-A-G-E. It's an educational telecast, and the PAGE stands for Professional and Graduate Education. It's one of these distance learning schemes where people can actually get their qualification if they study hard enough in their home instead of going to college or university. Anyway, happened to watch that yesterday afternoon. It was a bit too hot to do anything else, and it was tailor-made for amateur radio viewers. It was a half-hour segment on filters, analog and digital type filters, and the method of actually dealing with the mathematics of the calculation of their characteristics and the parameters there to use. Very interesting. Covered the Butterworth and the Chevy-Chev type filters, and they gave an illustration on the TV screen of what you were seeing on the computer screen in the way of graphs showing the various performances there of the different filters, and it was quite an interesting segment to watch there. So must keep an eye on that. You might see a bit more. It was, of course, a segment of their electronics and electrical engineering course that they're telecasting. So I found that quite interesting there. I had to go and get the textbook, though, to brush up a little bit. Rightio, let's see. Herb, round to you. VK3JO and the group VK3WYN. Nothing heard there, Jack, you better have a say.
Okay, VK3AP in the group, VK3B, I better make this a final too. I was just disassembling the box there to get the circuit board out, and I've dropped one nut on the floor, And that'll take an hour or so to find, I suppose, when it comes to the crunch. And it just got the second bolt undone, and all's well. So I've got the nut for that bolt. Yes, I just thought I'd slip the circuit board out and have a look at it underneath just to see how the connections were soldered. As to whether there's more dry joints about, but I don't think it'll be dry joints in this case. Anyhow, we'll see how we go. Yes, well, I don't think I'll be doing a great deal this afternoon. It all depends whether the wind changes. I think the wind's due to change round about noon. I might be wrong there, or a bit later, and the sooner it happens, the better. And I might get a bit of a box made up for the 3-tuber that I'm working on, or about to work on. I'm still collecting parts. So I might finish up buying a few diodes, not diodes, resistors and one thing or the other, which is easier as far as I'm concerned than looking for them. I've probably got them in stock, but I pick up everything that's easy firstly, and anything that's hard, well, I'll finish up buying it. I don't mind laying out a few dollars just to get a few missing resistors to save all the hassle of trying to get the right values. So that's what I'll do there. No point in keeping parts if you don't use them, of course, but against that is the fact that there's a lot of hassle sometimes in finding the jolly things. So that's the story there. There's really nothing further to add from this QTH at the moment. Haven't been out to have another look at the weather, and that's the next point of interest to me. Okay, I'll put it over to you, Al, and you carry on from here. So, and I'll say good morning all round. Good morning to our shortwave listeners. And over to you, Al, VK3AP in the group, VK3B.
Yes, thanks, Jack. Well, current's down a little bit today, but I'm avoiding the rising current, which goes over the mark they suggest. So my field strength will be down a little bit, but I don't know whether it comes up anymore or whether it's just DC consumption in the tube that causes the increase. Now, I've got diode mentioned for Brian, and I'm not quite sure what that was. I just put it down. But the winter settings were different between winter and summer without the radial, but once the radials went down, well, then that becomes the earth. And it's nice to know that the readings are the same. I must admit I can't notice any difference here summer or winter, and the ground is certainly dry at the moment, and it's almost frightening. But I'm not sure whether the earth system here is as good as it could be, but I certainly have got the water pipe, which happens to be right under the house here, right under the shack, as it were, and that's the earth goes down onto that, and also across the 2 stakes I've got in the ground. I went mad in the early days, and I got about 2 lengths of copper pipe, about 3/4 inch diameter, and drove them into the ground and fastened onto them. Now, okay about Ron VK3OM having that circuit for the AMR 200. That's very good. Brian, when you get a circuit for a bit of equipment like that, well, you feel quite happy about it, and I'm quite pleased to know that the VK4 got fixed up like that. And that SBS TV program mentioned, yes, I remember watching that, not the same program, but some program about mathematics and everything. This was years ago. It used to be quite a common occurrence to snap on the channel 28, I think it is, or something, and watching that. But I must admit, lately I haven't given it a thought. So I might have a listen around that and just see what's happening. And Jack, okay about the bolts holding the components? Yes, well, I don't know quite what that was about, but I think you said you had one more little bolt to go and the component would come out or something. So let's hope it comes out all right. And a good idea about the resistors. If you can't find the resistor you want, instead of going through reams and reams of information about where they'd be or something, well, it might be better to buy them new to be done with. So that's about all I've got. I don't think there's anything else now, so I'll put it over to you, Brian, and leave you carry on. So VK3WYN to transmit with a group listening, VK3AP.
Yes, fine there, Al, and I'll just give a break again back and see if Herb is with us. VK3JO, if you're there, Herb, let us know. Break.
Yes, okay, I'm here and eventually got through on the telephone, so all set there, go ahead.
Oh, fine there, Herb. Well, you missed your last round, so do you want to have a say there, Herb? And I've just got my eye on the clock here. We've got about 5 minutes before 12, so you have a say, Herb, and then if you'd like to pass it to Jack to sign off, and then Jack can pass it round to me. VK3JO and the group, VK3WYN.
Okay, Brian, yes, thanks very much for that. Well, actually I've missed quite a bit of what's been going on, so I can't report very much. Noted your comment there about that TV program. That would have been interesting to see. I didn't switch it on at all during the day. Didn't know it was on, of course, so it would have been very interesting to see by the sound of it. And last night I just watched the Rock Wallabies and their antics in jumping around all over those rocks up there in the northeast Queensland area. And gee, fellas got a lot of patience there to try and sit down and watch their habits and find out what goes on. So that was about the only TV. Other comments, I'm afraid I didn't write down too many there. Noted Al there, the water pipe earth, and yes, I think that's quite perhaps more effective than the stakes in the ground, but still probably help too. And anyway, it seemed to be getting out quite well, so that's the main thing. So I didn't notice too much, write down or hear too much of what Jack was saying. I was still getting this engaged signal on the number, and was beginning to think, well, perhaps if I still get an engaged signal, I'd better ring up the main hospital number and see whether they can get a message through. But then one last try, lo and behold, the receiver was off the hook or on the hook. So I got through. So yeah, that's all taken care of. But I've got to see my local GP and also get some blood tests made. So but that can be done next week. And as long as I get the results through to them about 4 days before the actual operation, everything will be fine and dandy. Yes, right. So the only other thing I've been wondering about this S-meter in the AR7, and to that end I disconnected the leads to it, and using the old multimeter, the one that got its accuracy knocked over, but still functions, I've been been able to use that and determine that it's got a 1 milliamp full-scale deflection. In that particular meter, the multimeter that I was using, one of the resistance scales, a full-scale deflection on that meter indicates that there's 750 microamps flowing through the circuit. So by putting that across the meter and seeing that it goes to 3/4 full scale, or 3/4 of the scale deflection, obviously then it's 1 milliamp full scale deflection. So that's a convenient way of telling. Okay, that helps. So I'll have to try and get hold of a wire wound resistor pot there for that. I was having a look at in the catalogue and making a few notes there, and I'll probably have to get 1 or 2 items also not associated with radio. So looks like the temperature isn't going to get so terribly hot as it was yesterday with the cloud cover. It's still remaining quite thick, so that'll make it not quite such of an endurance escapade to get out this afternoon. The car, I won't be out terribly long anyway, not a great deal to do. And so I'll say cheers all round. Sorry I've been missing out on so much of it, but anyway, not to worry, we'll catch up with things again. Should be on tomorrow, Friday as usual. So I'd better say all have a nice day, all the best, and including listeners. And I'll put it over, and it's just on closing time. So we'll see whether Jack wants to have a say before getting it back to Brian, VK3WYN. This is VK3JO, standing by.
VK3WYN and the group VK3B for a final. Yes, 36 degrees, I'm informed, the latest temperature, so it's going up. But as long as, there's not much difference between 36 and 40, is it? So it might hit 40 again. We just have to wait and see. Yes, we'll catch you all tomorrow, all being well, and have a pleasant day as well as you can with the heat. And good morning to our listeners. So VK3WYN in the group, VK3B is now off and clear.
Yes, thank you, Jack. VK3EB signing, VK3WYN returning to the remainder of the group. And yes, don't get too hot there, Jack, and you go and get stuck into that water tap. Hacksaw it off and put it somewhere else. And yes, copied everything okay there from you, Jack, on your previous over, as well as your final. So all noted there. And likewise, what's been happening there, Herb, with yourself on the phone. So note you got some tests. Do those when the weather's a bit cooler, no doubt. The visit to the MO. So as I said before, we'll all hope those tests work out okay. And let me see. Oh yes, note the program you mentioned there, Herb. And I didn't see that. But yeah, a few new series starting up. I don't know if you used to watch Police Rescue there, Herb and Al. That was quite a good show. And of course that finished. And I think the series finished and it was the end of the production. But I see some of the stars of that. They're in a new program to do with light aeroplane flying. Sky, Blue Sky, I think it's called, or something like that. So I don't mind those sort of programs. They're a bit of a soap opera, of course, but they're set around a bit of technical apparatus, usually 4-wheel drives or aeroplanes or a bit of the bush or something like that. A bit like the Flying Doctors series that used to be on. Used to quite enjoy that. Also. And radio, no further news from here. And yeah, it's warming up indoors, surprisingly. Got all the blinds drawn, but the clouds lifted a little bit here, Herb. We had a bit of sun coming through there, which is quite fierce, of course. So we might be going to get a bit warmer. And Al, yes, no dual earthing arrangement there, and the radials and using the water pipe. Yes, well, I'm hooked up here also, of course, to the water pipe, which is in this area. It's still all the old galvanised pipe. It's not yet been replaced with copper pipe for the cold water system, but I've got a feeling that might be not too far distant. The water pressure's down a bit from what it used to be a few years back. So, especially as people have more and more taps going, of course, it gets a little bit less as well. So that might be another financial disaster there down the track to get that pipe work done. But as long as they use the copper water pipe there for the cold water system, and with solder joints, I guess that'll be not a bad conductor there. So at least we'll still have another bit of the earth system in the ground. And well, likewise here, Al, I think, well, with most houses, of course, you've got the pipes running either underneath the house or along one of the side walls from the front to the back usually. So you've got quite an extent of pipe there, plus the bit going from the front of the house to the meter. So it all helps, doesn't it, with the earthing systems. Okay there, I'll make this a final, and I will listen out, and I'll give you a phone call at the end of the net session there, Herb. VK3AP and the remainder of the group, VK3WYN signing.
Yes, thanks, Brian. VK3JO, the last of the Mohicans. I haven't got very much to comment on. Okay about the metre scale and the full scale deflection. Yes, well, that's one good way of finding out, and I think you'll find it'll be quite okay. And okay, Brian, about the galvanised pipe. Well, that's been the worry of my life, because we've far exceeded the duration of a pipe in the ground. It's nearly 39 years in the ground, and we've been watching the meter very closely to see if there's any leakage, but so far so good. But it'll only be a matter of time and it'll happen. And we haven't got the little meter that goes click, 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 click. The meter doesn't make any noise at all, so this sort of thing sneaks away and you're not aware of it. Well, I think that's all I've got now, so I'll sign on this over, I think, and let you do the honours there, Herb. And I don't think there's anything else. So I'll say 73 and cheers to you all. And I might mention the weather here at the moment is very overcast. There's no sun of any sort, and it's not what you'd call a pleasant day, and quite warm. I mentioned, or did I, that the temperature in the shack is just on 30 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees. That's quite high to what it used to be, and that's about the best I can do. Well, all right, that's a whole lot for me, and we'll might see you tomorrow. If we've got to do shopping though, definitely this week, because I've got 2 birthdays coming up, brother-in-law and his little granddaughter, and they're going to be looking forward to a birthday, so we'll have to get along to that. Okay, all the best, and see you again. VK3AP is now signing clear, putting over to Herb, VK3JO. You take it, Herb.
Yes, okay, VK3JO replying to the group. Cheers, right up against the microphone then. I've got to lean forward, of course, to operate the switches. Right. Yep, well, okay, thanks everyone there, and the comments about the water pipes, gal water pipes. So yes, well, there comes a time when you find that you've got to do something to get water. suppose it's just as well to keep a tab on things on the meter, but usually if there's any leakage, there's usually some evidence of it around the house somewhere. If it's in the ground, it usually finds its way to the surface somewhere. But it's it's more likely that you'll be replacing them because you're not getting enough water flow through the pipes. And when you have it done, you'll wonder how the dickens you kept going so long putting up with the poor supply. Okay, there's another thing too, in the event of any fire, a good supply is always an asset. It mightn't be adequate to do the job depending on the nature of the fire, but that's when you really wish you'd had it done. Okay, I expect a phone call. Right, what else we got? Oh, police rescue. Did see one or two of those, but not an avid follower of it. All seem to work around different avenues of abseiling, so that was always a feature of it. And sort of different circumstances, but it all involved around that. And some of the other side effects, of course, could well have been deleted from it as far as I was concerned. Dear, not to worry. Yeah, okay, enough of that. Stand by for the 600 ohm call. Cheers to all there, and should be on tomorrow. VK3JO concluding and closing. Cheers.
Yes, I'll say 7-3 to you there, Al, and to you there, Herb, and catch you next time. And a very pleasant session this morning. VK3WYN clear on 160.
VK3 Echo Bravo, testing. Hello, test. Hello, test. VK3JO. This is VK3EB. It looks as though they've all deserted us at the moment. Al's probably taking off his pyjama coat, and it's pretty sticky here. I don't know what well, it was 27. I don't know what it is now. It's probably gone up a bit. And just trying to see the thermometer on the wall here. Yeah, it's about 27, I'd say. Now, I don't know what the humidity is, but oh, Jove, that's pretty high too. Hope you're fitting well. Yeah, 70% humidity. So that's why it's pretty sticky, is the high humidity. Hope you got on okay for your cystoscopy. And got to have another blood test. Yes, blood tests, they whack them in, you know, and they cost you a fortune too. I used to shudder when I was in a hospital at St V's, but previously they used to come around and take a blood test every day. And you can imagine the bill going up and up and up. It was horrific. I used to pretty well hide under the sheets every time they came round. But I suppose they reckon they're controlling the blood that way, so and judging whether you're improving or going downhill. So that's the story there. Didn't do anything yesterday. Had a sleep after lunch and watched a bit of TV in the afternoon, I think, and did a bit of reading. but it was too hot outside and too hot in the garage, and so nothing was done, and hasn't been done in the radio line. So that's the story there. Okay, Herb, I'll put it to you and see what you've been up to, and we'll take a pause and we might get one or two starters. So VK3JO to take it with a pause, VK3B.
Yes, VK3AB.
Right, good morning there, Al, and good morning, Jack, VK3JO replying. Oh, good to hear you popping up there, Al, and thought for a start we'd just have it all to ourselves. So anyway, you'll follow me and back to Jack. There doesn't appear to be anybody else there, so apparently you've got yourself out of bed. And, right. Yes, okay, Jack. Let's see, humidity, yes, that'll be about right. It's very humid and sticky, and I've got about the same temperature as you have, 27C here, so that's, fairly common. Very warm night again, and, not too bad sleeping, but could be better. Anyway, not to worry, and no big deal. Oh, with regard to the cystoscopy, well, that won't be done until the 18th, but it's a day hospital job, and they've got to give you plenty of notice, and you've got to give them plenty of notice too, so they can sort of fit you in. And what I had to do yesterday was to ring the hospital back and just notify them that I'd received their notification of the date of it, and also the list of what to do and what not to do. And one of the first thing to do was to give them a ring, which I duly did yesterday. Got on to them and just let them know that I'd got their forms, and I've got to see the GP, and he's got to, there's a form there for him to complete as to my condition. And also I do have to have blood tests done, which will have to be done by the pathology unit at the Angus hospital, where the actual cystoscopy will be done. So, but I don't know, I've had blood tests, and I find them no problem. There might be a little prick, but nothing serious there. So not only that, I'm under a hematologist too, because of the blood condition, and that means that sometimes when I go to the doctor, he quite often gives me a blood test, and then a week or so later I've got to get another blood test for this specialist, and oh gee. Too many blood tests really. Surely the one there at the same time could be passed around to the different ones. But I don't know, I guess they want to get as much money out of the system as they can. Right, noted too hot yesterday, right. Well, I quite agree, it was a bit too hot. I got under the cold shower a couple of times yesterday afternoon. Didn't do anything strenuous anyway, and I was, what was I doing? Can't remember now, but nothing very strenuous anyhow. So did have another fiddle around with the FT101 on the high frequencies there, without hearing anything worthwhile. But I've got concerns for the alignment of it, particularly on the 10 metre band. And probably 15 metres to do with a bit of alignment too. However, not to worry. Certainly too hot to do anything outside. I didn't do anything very strenuous either. But there are one or two things that I want for this AR7. And I was having a look through the catalogue had in mind that place that Jerry had mentioned on the 2 Metre morning net, which is just up Canterbury Road from me. Not very far away, hadn't been there before, didn't know it was there, but I thought I'd tootle up there and had a list of components that I want, and I'd noted them from the catalogue. So I think I was the first customer there this morning. And the young chap there was able to go straight to the particular spots for all the different things I want. I was out again in about 10 minutes. So it's different from other stores that I've been at when I've had to try and locate the things and help myself to them and bring them up to the counter and hang around and wait until they're finished with other people before I can be served. So very pleased about that. I had a few other things, shopping to do too, so that sort of occupied the morning. Thought I'd try and get it all done today before it got too hot. Still see they're forecasting 37. Well, unless they've amended it since I've got home. I haven't had the radio on to find out if there's been any variation since earlier this morning. So that's what's been happening to me. No further contacts since I was on yesterday, and didn't even listen to the boys this morning. I wanted to get up to that place earlier on, so it's not a very far away place to go, and the parking right in the front, no trouble at all. No walking any great distance. Free parking, not like if you go to the car park at Box Hill Central or White Horse Plaza. So that's all in its favour, but of course a bit further away from your neck of the woods. Probably easier to go somewhere else. But still quite a complete range of stuff. I think the catalogue advertises, what quantity? 10,000. So it's not hard to imagine when you look through the catalogues. Right, you don't have to really have a part number or ring up to see if they've got it. That's one of the difficulties with that RS Components place. So without having the catalogue and knowing the part number there, you're perhaps not in the race. Anyway, that was this morning, so here we are. Right, I think we'd better have a word from Al and see what's been happening in your neck of the woods. Still in pyjamas, I suppose. Oh dear, VK3AP with a pause in case somebody else comes along. This is VK3JO and VK3EB also standing by.
Nobody heard. VK3AP. Well, good morning, Jack and Herb. Well, it's quite warm, and we haven't been out shopping. We've decided to go out later in the day. So I thought, come on, I think I've had the best week on the net. I think I've been on every day. And I quite agree, it's quite warm, but the hot weather doesn't worry me over much, nor the cold. And okay, Jack, on the 70% relative humidity there, and also it's 28 degrees in the shack here. I'll just check that again. Yes, 28 degrees exactly. If you want in Fahrenheit, well, I've got a... I won't give it in Fahrenheit. I don't believe in it, because it can be 28 degrees is below freezing in the old scale, isn't it? 28 degrees. And okay about it being 27 where you are, Herb. Yes, well, that's good. And very interested in your little visit at V's Hospital when you got the blood test, because that wasn't the bane of my life, but I remember when I had this brain tumour removed, they sent the woman. It was I don't know her name now, but she was sent around and came into the ward room every day. I think sometimes she did it twice. It might have been in the afternoon too, but I certainly gave my I was going to say 2 penneth of blood, but that doesn't apply now, does it? And oh golly, I used to look forward to to her visits every day, sometimes twice a day. I think this went on every day of the week. So I thought by that time they'd owe me some blood, but they didn't come round to it. And this is at Monash Medical, of course, and I was very well treated there. It's quite humid, but as I've mentioned before, it doesn't worry me over much. And OK Herb on your cholecystectomy or some cholecystoscopy, that's more like it. And visiting this shop. I didn't quite get the name of this shop because that would interest me greatly too, if I can just find out the name of it, where it is, because I can pay them a visit too. I might already have been there, but I'm not quite sure. I didn't notice clearly the name. I'm just cutting my plate current back. That's it. The parking is good too, so I don't think it can be in Marnie's Road, because you've got about a 10-minute or 15-minute parking allowance there, and then you've got to take the consequences. And what they tell me now, the parking fees have gone up increased about double what they were, so it doesn't do to leave too many of those around. So I'll be quite interested in that, Herb, if you can give me that information. Well, I think that's all I've got for this moment, so I'll put it over to Jack now and leave Jack continue on. I think I've covered everything. The only thing I didn't get was the name of that firm. So you take it now, Jack. VK3EB, VK3AP in group listening.
No one else heard. A VK3EB returning to the group. A VK3JO next in line. Okay, all round. And I was going to give you a strength 8.5, but just at the end, Al, you're a strength 9, so we can put that down for 9 this morning. Now, don't ask me why, but that's what I read on the meter. Jerry informed me this morning that the balloon launch for the Eastern Mountain District Radio Club is on the 22nd of March 97, so I've written it down in my logbook, but I must put up a big sign with the date on it, because sure enough I'll forget all about it, as I have a habit of forgetting everything, or I don't know what goes wrong, but anyhow, I never think of it again. So I'll be interested to listen to that. I can listen on either the 2-meter receiver or the I'll probably listen on the scanner I've got. If I can get the frequency, I'll pick it up and have a listen there. It should be quite interesting. I don't say I'll listen for a couple of hours or anything, but I'll at least have a listen and record it in my logbook. Yes, well, I think the 70% humidity is the key to the situation at the moment. If we had 27 degrees C with a south breeze, it would be all right, but we haven't got that. I think Herb can tell you the story, but it sounded like a DS store to me, and that you fill L in. I'd like to go to Box Hill, but my wife doesn't like Box Hill shopping. particularly. Although I think it's quite alright, but they have got a Dick Smith store there, so I find that very handy. Very handy to have a look around and what have you. Unfortunately, Chadstone hasn't got one. Neither has the Camberwell Shopping Centre got one. That was in a popular location, I'd be home and hosed, but I'm not. And talking about home and hosed, I was out watering early this morning and had the spray on and did a bit more of the garden. I noticed the little bird bath I got in the back garden there, that I fill that up every day, and some of the birds there, they have a drink and then they jump in, which doesn't seem to be too hygienic to me, but I don't suppose it would worry them. But they and the other night there was a woolly wagtail defending the pool there against a blackbird that wanted to swim. The woolly wagtail was first in, so he wasn't too happy about the blackbird wanting a swim too. I suppose they get the bottom of the feathers wet, and the temperature's transferred through. So that's the situation there. What is it? 21. Oh, there's 21 in the house, but of course the air conditioner's going, so that's not a fair temperature. I've got to go out on the back porch to get the equivalent of the Weather Bureau. Yes, yes, right. Yes, the closest Dick Smith store I've got here is down at Richmond, and I've got to catch a bus and a tram. And Di's not keen on me travelling on the public transport, although I have been doing it recently. But she thinks I'm getting a bit too tottery to be doing that sort of thing now, but I can still get up on the bus and still get off the tram, so that's not so bad, but it's a matter of making up my mind to go down. And of course the weather's not suitable at the moment, but I'll take down a list of parts that I want, and when I make it up on for the 3-tuber, anything I'm missing, and I'll get them down there. Yeah, right. It's 28 degrees on our back porch, so that's a shade hotter. So that's the story there. I've got a bit of cabinet making to do, but that's out in the garage, and it's pretty hot out there, so nothing done there, of course. And I've probably got a few odds and ends to go out there too. So that's the story there. What else we got? I thought Brian might be on this morning. I was just wondering, was he on yesterday? Yes, he was. He was on yesterday, but not today. Well, no doubt he's got shopping to do and what have you. It all catches up, doesn't it? Okay, on your shopping too, Al, to be done later. I thought you might have had a go at 2 o'clock in the morning there. It would have been, well, I don't say it would be cool, but you wouldn't have too much opposition there as going up and down the aisles and so on. You could whip the trolley up and down without being in a tangle with someone else or anything else. Would have been quite okay. Whether there'd be enough staff to serve you, of course, is another point. I wouldn't know. Okay, Herb, better put it back to you. And okay on getting your chores done this morning and doing your shopping and what have you. So I'll put it over to you. Incidentally, I made you 10 over 9, Herb. You may be a bit stronger this time. And L, strength 9. Peaking at strength 9. So VK3JO in the group, VK3B. Still no other takers. VK3JO in reply. All okay. And right, well, now let's see. Thanks for signal report. That's about normal, I think, for me. Jack, 9 plus 10. Right, let's see. Al, you followed me. Yes, okay about the temperature, yes. I find you could just about turn those figures, the temperature around, and it'll be pretty close, 82 instead of 28. Yeah, note the blood tests there, and that you've had and so on, and yes, quite frequent there, and it's just incredible what they can learn from the blood. So it's worth having it done. It's a very good guide to general health indications. So I think we've got to be thankful that we've got these facilities these days. It's something that some few years ago they just wouldn't be able to do at all. So little inconvenience really, and large benefits. The name of the store, I didn't mention it at all, but it is Rod Irving, and the particular one I went to is in Rooks Road. It's on the west side of Rooks Road and a little bit north of Canterbury Road, and it's quite a large building, set back from the road thoroughfare, with an entrance that also enters some other property, I think, and parking space for a few, not a large number of cars, but it's right opposite it's off the main road, this parking area, and right opposite the entrance to the store. Supposed to go there by 9 o'clock in the morning. I found nobody else in there, and a young chap and a young lass there, and he was only too pleased and willing to, when he knew what I wanted, to go right to the spot where these devices were, a couple of potentiometers and some RCA plugs, etc. And as I said, I was out of the place in about 10 minutes. So, it's just straight up Canterbury Road once you get there, and quite convenient for you there, Al. So quite a place to have a catalogue, and I had been to their other store in Box Hill, which is opposite the Box Hill, or used to be Box Hill Town Hall, and that's available from the service road of Whitehorse Road there, but it's a bit more difficult to get to actually. I suppose this other one might be a little bit further away, but I found that at that hour of the morning there was nobody else in the store, so you get attended straight away, and that was all to the good as far as I'm concerned. The only thing I've got now, I noticed now that I've got home, some of the items I wanted aren't quite suitable. I was just sort of going on the picture in the catalogue, and apparently I've mistaken it, so I have to see if I can take a sample of what I want anyway, and that'll hopefully be able to make an exchange. I better do that this afternoon. Right, let's see, that's that. Parking fees, yes, they're getting larger and larger too, and I have to go there to the Marnie's Road area there. That's the Forest Hill Shopping Centre. Keep away from the Marnie's Road itself. Get into some part of the shopping centre car park. No fees, and got to walk back to wherever you want if you want to get to Marnie's Road. But that's no problem as far as I'm concerned. Right, Jack, okay about that balloon, 22nd of March. I didn't take much note of the actual frequency. Presume it'll be 2 metres,
and I presume it'll be a repeat of the previous launch, I think from Altona, wasn't it? Somewhere out that way. I didn't hear anything of it. Of course, the IC-22 doesn't cover that frequency. It was using the converter that I had in post-war days, which is a general coverage thing, but I couldn't hear anything there. Anyway, it's probably not as sensitive as I'd like it to be. Right. Let's see, what else we got? Oh, well, you know all about the store, and note the watering that you're doing there. I did a bit of watering again last night. Veggies and a couple of other things in the front that I'd like to keep going. Note the bird bath and the birdie arguments there that can occur. Over the last few, I suppose, weeks, in the mornings particularly, there's been a chorus of these parrots type of bird. They seem to congregate in a gum tree that's in a neighbour's place near the street, quite a large tree. And there's a lot of these birds. They're always chirping away there quite merrily and hopefully enjoying themselves. And the other day when I was out walking in that Wurundjeri Park area, there were a number of galahs there, and they're quite a large flock of them on the ground and also in the air. So there's quite a number of other birds around, since there's a lot more growth being re-established in that area. There have been a lot of planting of native trees and quite a number of other birds, but I can't identify them all. Although, that reminds me, talking of bird calls in the backyard, yesterday, kookaburra. Hadn't heard one around here for years and years and years. And he didn't oblige with a lengthy song, if you can call it that, or laugh. But it was yesterday evening. I was out in the backyard there for something or other. Don't think it was when I was watering. Might have been. Not sure. But anyway, it was before dark, of course. But kookaburra. Haven't heard one of those around here for years and years. Yes, right. Well, I think radio-wise, nothing much else here worthy of comment. I'll have to try and do something to this set, AR7. If the sun doesn't come out, it probably won't be too much of a endurance test to do a bit of work on it. But it doesn't. They're forecasting the 37. I don't know whether that's been amended. But it certainly got quite hot yesterday afternoon. But so far, it might not reach that. Okay, so over to Al, VK3AP with VK3EB. No others take us so far. VK3JO standing by.
VK3 Whiskey Yankee November.
Yes, thanks, Brian. Acknowledge okay. I'll just put your call down or I'll forget. And you're coming in the usual strength. This is VK3AP. And thanks for the reports and so forth. Particularly the report from you, Jack. I always rely on that. And thanks very much, Herb, for filling me in about the Rod Irving in Brooks Road. Yes, well, I'll pay them a visit when I can, because I was often going down to Box Hill to the place down there. I know where that one is. I haven't been there, but I think it's next to, or near Watts Road, where the Twin Box Hill Tech is. It's very nice to get that information from you. And it's a thing I've been going to do for years. I rang them, over a year ago about some diodes that they had very cheaply, but I didn't get around to filling in. I had several in stock, but I always like to keep a few in hand. These, what are they? 1N5404s, I think, 3 amp rating, which they use in the battery charger I have here. So that didn't transpire, unfortunately. And okay about the Jack, about the Box Hill Tricky Dicky store there. Yes, well, that's the one I usually go to because it's fairly convenient. And the one at down at Richmond is just around the corner from Channel 9, and I used to visit there a lot too when I was at work, and use that. Quite a big store it is too, but I haven't been near that since I retired. But the Box Hill one's the one I usually end up with, and it's got a very good resistor selection too. You can get 1%ers there and everything if you want a fairly high precision resistor. Yeah, the weather's overcast here at the moment, as I think that would apply to all, and it is quite humid. And okay about the bird baths and water, well, that's quite on the cards too, because I said to the XYL yesterday, I must go up and just see how the bird water's going. And I got up to the little spot we've got under the trees there, and would you believe the little terracotta dish was upended. I don't know whether it was pushed over in disgust or something, and the other two were completely dry, so I very promptly attended to that and put it right again, because it must be terrible when they come back from a day's work or whatever they do and land down on the dish and there's nothing there. I don't know how it happened, but I must go down shortly and inspect again. I carry 3 dishes because if one gets tipped over, well, the other one fortunately will remain. And okay about it being 21 degrees Celsius. Well, that's quite an ideal temperature, really. And this shopping at 3 a.m. We've often thought about it, but we haven't been game enough to go around after what happened last Saturday night with these group of undesirables. We don't like to take the chance. So we usually get around there about 10 or 11 o'clock in the evening. It's nice and quiet then, and not quite so precarious. Marnie's Road parking. Oh yes, we don't normally park in Marnie's Road, Herb, but a little further up the hill to the left is quite a good parking spot, and you can usually park behind a tree or something like that, and it is quite effective. But we haven't been over the shops there for a while, because we do most of our shopping at Brentford Square, and there's only one place in Brentford Square that you can seek satisfaction from the sun, and that spot's always gone. We've got to be very, very good to get into there, but it's quite on the cards that it'll be available. But if you go parking at night, well, of course, it doesn't matter. Okay about watering the garden too. Yes, well, that's something we don't do very much of here. And it doesn't matter whether you use the hose or leave it go completely. The bill is always the same. We get a bill for about $97 each time, and this business of reading the meters from externally to the house by some strange electronic means, I think has got whiskers on, because I've examined the meter very closely, and I wonder who goes around and puts new batteries in every now and then. It's a bit of a trick, I think, but it keeps people on their toes. And okay about your little visit there from the birds, the galahs and the parrots. Yes, well, they used to be very popular here too, and we used to often see them. In fact, I've often told this story. We were having breakfast one morning, we heard this strange sound, and we went outside to see what it was, and the birds had attacked the tree next door, which was an almond tree, and they stripped every almond off that tree. It was amazing. There must have been about 200 or 300 of these birds, all in a group, and they cleaned up this almond tree, and they just left the bare branches, as it were. And it must have been a terrible blow to the man who owned the tree, but these things happen. And lastly, AR7, working on that. Yes, well, as I mentioned before, I've worked on those receivers when I was in the Air Force, but I haven't set sight on one for a long time, so I can't help you very much there. Anyway, let's hear from Brian, and Brian, after this, put it back to Jack EB. So VK3WYN to transmit with the group listening VK3AP.
The VK3AP and the group VK3WYN in a somewhat disorganised state. Good morning all, and greetings to any listeners out there on this fairly warm and muggy morning. Let's see, Herb, I came on towards the end of your over when you were talking about the kookaburra. So, Jack, I'll catch up with your news there next time round. And good morning to you there, Al, also. I think that's the number on the group. And I was wondering if Alice might be popping up this morning, VK3FG. He and I had a chat on 2 Metres last night, and he said he might be coming up on 160, so that'll be sometime. And yes, hope you're all well and surviving all the heat. It was not bad last night, actually. The house cooled down quite nicely, and very pleasant sort of a cool breeze blowing there through the dark hours, so that made it quite pleasant. And let me see, yes, well, Herb, as I mentioned, I heard you're over from the kookaburra mention onwards, and yes, likewise here. I remember when we first moved into this place, they were quite a common occurrence, but very rarely see them or hear them. Used to hear them sort of on a daily basis there years back, but very rare now, so I wonder where they've gone. Quite prevalent up in the hills, of course, up in the Dandenongs. And when we lived up there, we had a couple of, well, they weren't tame ones, but they were, well, put it this way, they weren't domesticated, but they were quite tame. They would just come onto the back porch there, wait for their breakfast, and they're not silly, of course, and they used to enjoy a bit of meat there. But as I say, around the suburbs nowadays, don't see them much at all, Herb. And I heard a reference there from Al to the AR7, so I'll catch up with whatever's happened there later on. Al, note your news, and yes, especially the reference to the car parks at the shopping centres in the hot weather. And luckily they've, the ground level car parks around here, they have planted a few trees, and they're starting to grow and give a bit of shade. But of course, those shady spots, they're usually taken by the all-day parkers. You've got to be very quick or very early to get one of those spots. But I find the underground levels of the car parks, they're quite good this sort of weather. And of course, they're pretty good in the depths of winter as well, when you've got the rain and the wind. So I guess there's pluses for both there. I think the only thing with the underground car parks, you've got to keep a bit of a wary eye out. A few people here have had their purses pinched and that sort of thing. So not having anything worth pinching, probably don't suffer from any problem there. And let's see, now news from here. As I mentioned, caught up with Ellis, VK3FG, on 2 metres last night. We had a bit of a talk about computers and excuse me, just stand by a tick. Dearie me. Excuse me. Yes, had a chat about computers and packet and other things of interest. And I was on Bill's Net last night. That was good. Again, most people went fairly early because of the heat. So, especially people with the non-air-conditioned shacks. So, but that was a good session all the same. And let's see, this morning, was not on 80 this morning, but I did catch up with Roscoe on 2 metres. He may be visiting later on today, or he may be phoning. So that'll be good. So I'll keep a bit of cool air for him via the air conditioner. No radio work, a bit too warm to fiddle with soldering irons and whatnot last night. So that's about the news from here. And Jack, I'll pass it back to you with a pause in case I've missed any stations. VK3EB and the group VK3WYN.
VK3B returning to the group. VK3JO next in line. Yes, final round. Good morning to you, Brian. And strange to say, don't ask me why, but you're 10 dB over 9 this morning. So you can see that the temperature of the day is heating up the apparatus. And I'm getting higher readings, although Herb was the same and Al was half an S point stronger. So that might be a bit of heat at your end, might have improved the antenna or something, Al. I don't know what would cause that. But anyhow, you got your reading of strength 9 and Brian is 10 dB over 9. So very good indeed. Okay, well, we know what story you were talking about, Herb. The Rod Irving Electronics. Well, they have got a store in the Beckett Street City, and if I do get into J-Car in the Beckett Street, I often have a look in Rod Irving's, but not very often. I can usually get what I want at J-Car, so I'll let it go at that. Okay, on being on the 80 metre net, I think, last night, Brian. And all's well there. And you got your place fairly cool. Well, we couldn't achieve that, but we did have the air conditioner on till fairly late, 11 o'clock or so, and switched it off then. But later on I was up and down and so on, and it was pretty hot, so I don't know that I achieved such a great deal in that respect. Yes, that's not a bad store at Box Hill. The Richmond store, as you said, Al, is quite good, fairly large. But if you want something important, it pays to ring first and see if they've got it in stock, because you can rush down there and they won't have it, and you wasted your time. And if you've got a bus and a tram to get there, if you take them both, it's a bit frustrating. So anything important now that I think they may not have, I usually ring them to find out first. So that's how I work there. Yes, now I haven't got the balloon launch frequency, but it should be in AR if we ever get it, Herb. Mine hasn't turned up yet. I hope they bring it today, because that's, what's the day, the 7th. So I hope that's 7 days after the 1st, so I hope that they bring it today, but we can't guarantee it. I don't know whether you've got yours yet, Brian, but certainly I haven't got mine. So I'll be interested to receive it. and we'll take it from there. Yes, well, I expect in that that they'll have the frequency that we're looking for, and it'll be repeated sooner or later, but so far I haven't got that, only the date of the balloon launch itself, that's all. Okay, time's ticking on, so put over to you, Herb, VK3JO in the group, and wish everyone a good morning, and a good morning to our shortwave listeners. And we'll leave it at that this morning, I think, and put it over to VK3JO to take it. VK3B is now off and listening.
Yes, all okay. VK3JO replying, and okay there, Jack. Right, yes, well, let's see. Good morning to Brian. Good to hear you pop up there. Yes, for a start, I thought it looked as though there'd just be two of us, Jack and myself. But then Al popped in a little bit later there, and now you've joined the party. So, right, quite welcome. Let's see, Al followed me, and yes, all quite interesting there about the diodes and Box Hill store there, and Dick Smith and so on. And yes, I have been to that Dick Smith store there in Box Hill, and yes, quite a large store there, and especially the new situation there has enabled him to spread out quite a bit. And usually they're sort of too busy to give you any attention, so you've got to scrounge around and try and find the bits and pieces you want. Pays to have the catalogue number, and it does help then. You're able to see exactly what's what. But no, this one, this Rod Irving store in Rooks Road. I went up there this morning, Brian. You missed that bit. I wanted a couple of pots for the AR7 wire wound one, and I'm going to put another one in the audio volume control too. So I thought I'd get those and a few other odds and ends whilst I was there. So it only took about 10 minutes. I'd never been there before, first time. But I had heard Jerry mention the store on 2 metres, and I expected it to be a bit further away than it was. But turning into Rooks Road from Canterbury Road, it's on the left-hand side, and not very far along, and quite prominent, well and truly displayed Rod signs there. And of course you can park in right in front of the store. It's and the parking is off the street, so not a great number of car parking spots. A few of them were occupied, but I think there were just as many that weren't. And anyway, I was the only one in the store, so if you wanted to get there and get some attention, 9 o'clock in the morning, best time. Right, let's see, what else do we have there? Al talking about that and Dick Smith stores, and yes, I have been to their one in Ringwood also, having to go up there for other things at the time, but it's a bit further away. Note the bird bath, and yes, the way they get upset, and so on. Midnight shopping, no, I don't think I'll be indulging in that at all, and certainly it doesn't give you much confidence when you had that experience of getting home late at night and you find those ruffians that are out there, and you steer clear of them. By all means, it's a worrying situation, really. Yes, the parking there, Brentford Square, it is in the open. That's I haven't found a sheltered spot there yet. So anyway, that's one disadvantage of that. But it's quite convenient otherwise in having it on the same level, and quite a large store there with quite a variety of things. Yes, this water meter, and doesn't matter what your variation of water is, all seems to be the same. So I don't know, can't explain it. But anyway, not to worry. Yeah, I suppose it's just as long as they're not reeling, getting at you. So that they're the latest method of showing where your money goes is, I think, quite good. And the different avenues that, or different way the money is split up, and of course the actual water consumption seems to come in a different account anyway. Yeah, and that's the almond tree and the birds there. They can certainly be quite damaging, can't they? That'd be disastrous. And Brian, yes, we'll use your signal from you, of course, so no trouble. Noted Ellis, contact there, 2 metres. He hasn't shown up on the span. Night conditions, reasonable. Yes, I don't think it was quite as severe as the previous night. And not a bad night anyway. Comments about underground car parks and the possibility of having things stolen from them, perhaps a bit more likely than the above ground ones. Well, yes, quite agree. But of course, so many people just seem to leave things in the car anyway and leave them in view. And that is something that I always try to avoid if I'm stopping anywhere at all, if there's anything worthwhile. Well, it's one thing, I don't know that I've got much worthwhile for them to go and break into cars for, but you never know, so try to keep anything like that out of sight. Right, oh yes, noted the contents there, computer packet discussion. Haven't got into that at all. Oh, I guess you had a good chat with Rob then after yesterday. DTR, he did give you a call, so I presume you got on to him there. And note Roscoe, and likely visit there this afternoon. Okay, yes, I think it's got a little bit brighter, so we might yet get some sunshine to make the the living conditions a little more trying. But apparently there is some rain on the way, so that'll be glad when that comes. And right, Jack, your last comments there, noted all that about Rod Irving's store there in the city. Yes, well, of course I won't go in there, but there is only an odd occasion that I will be there. Yes, amateur radio. No, I haven't got mine yet. And of course there's been a change in the way things are done with amateur radio, and it's all done under contract now, and the chap there is Bill Roper, and he's apparently in charge of the whole lot. So maybe there's a few teething problems underway there. So, but I thought the January issue was his production. Anyway, he still may have had a few problems, I don't know. So let's hope it's all sorted out and it'll arrive in the mail in due course. Right. I think that's about enough for me, so it's over to Al, next in line. A few minutes yet before we run out of time. So I'll listen through for final comments and come back answer any queries. VK3AP with group now, VK3JO bye.
Yes, thanks, Herb. And I'm happy to say my AR has duly arrived here, and it seems to be all okay. And parking at Brentford Square, yes, well, there's only one shady spot in Brentford Square, and that's behind a big bush that's growing there, and that's about as far as it'll go. Also, water meter. What did I put that down for? Or something. It's quite warm at the moment, and there's still 28 degrees in the shack. I don't know what has happened there. Parking at Brentford Square. Yes, well, I don't think there's much I've got here now, so I'll put it over to you now, Brian, and leave you carry on. I think I've covered everything. Bird bath water. Yes, well, I think that's all I've got now. I won't prolong this any longer. I'll put it over to you now, Brian, and leave you carry on. And then if there's nothing further, well, you take a check. So it must be pretty close to your broadcast there. I think it must be time that we said cheerio to you, Jack, because the I can't decipher that. Anyway, I think it'll be okay, and we'll see you again. Now you take it now, Brian, VK3WYN to transmit with the group listening. This is VK3AP.
Yes, thanks, Al. Al, I'll just pass it to Jack. We're just about on 12 o'clock there. So if you'd like a say there, Jack. Note your other news, Jack, and thanks for the signal report. And I note I'm back to the 9+10. So that's where my signal level used to be reported by you, Jack, a few weeks back. So anyway, perhaps something's happened there. Glad you copied me anyway. Back to you there, Jack, VK3EB and the group VK3WYN.
Yes, VK3WYN and the group VK3EB, just saying cheers all round. And good morning to our listeners. Catch you all on Monday. I was just thinking, Brian, you might have given your set a bit of a thump or something like that. And that cured all the loose connections and what have you. Anyhow, cheers for now. VK3EB now off and clear. Handing back to VK3WYN.
Thanks, Jack. VK3 Echo Bravo signing. VK3WYN returning to the group. And let's see. No, Jack, haven't thumped anything. It's exactly the same as it has been for the last, many weeks. No alterations at all. So don't know what that could be. Anyway, as long as a readable signal, that's the main thing. And let me see. Right, well, Jack's going clear. And now, who followed me? Who followed Jack? Herb. Oh, fine there, Herb, on the shop, the Irving establishment. Well, that would be very convenient. Just picturing where that is in the map in the mind there. So that would be quite convenient to you. And plus, you don't have the big problems of the car parking like you get in the real shopping centres, like in the middle of Box Hill or other similar places. So, that's very good. That's one thing I like about those couple of electronic stores down at the Springvale Road and Dandenong Road corner. Never any problem to get a car park there. And of course they're not far from where I live, only about a couple of miles or so. So I think the car park's as important as the shop. So very handy there, especially this weather. Note you got a couple of potentiometers there, Herb, or maybe more than a couple for the AR7 and probably a few other odds and ends. I think the other day you mentioned you were going to get some of the RCA plugs or sockets or something similar. So you might have got something like that as well. Well, amateur radio has been mentioned. Well, mine arrived this morning also. And Al, as you were talking, I was opening the plastic wrapper. So I've got it in front of me here. I must confess it opens automatically to the Ham Ads page, Al and Herb. So perhaps that's just how the wind blows the pages. So I'll have a look through those when we've finished on the session. And let me see, Al, yes, note the further remarks there, Al, about the shopping and such like. And I think your capacitance meter project is still on hold there. Probably be a bit too hot to do much project-wise this time of the year, wouldn't it? That might be something for in the winter months. You may have wondered what's happened to one of the projects I've been working on. That was one of the small Eddystone solid-state HF receivers called the EC10, Echo Charlie 10. I have one, and a friend of ours, Warren, VK3LX, he has one, which is round at my place at the moment. And it's been around here for probably quite a few weeks now. So at any rate, that was completely dead when I received it. It is going back to Warren. That's not something else I've accumulated here. So as I say, the set was completely dead. Found out what the trouble was there, and it's operating quite nicely on all HF bands. It's a general coverage AM type receiver. You can resolve sideband quite okay with it using the BFO, and it covers the usual sort of frequency range from broadcast band up to about 30 megs in switched bands. And you might recall it uses the early solid state germanium transistors, so quite easy to work on. Anyway, I've been giving it a bench test and using it for receiving, and it's got an intermittent on one of the bands, which is a bit of a worry. That usually indicates, of course, it's something in one of the coils. So I can't get that intermittent to occur on the other bands. So there's a bit of searching to do yet. Haven't yet tracked down the problem. But apart from that slightly annoying intermittent, that's working rather well. So that project's nearly finished, and when I'm satisfied with it, that'll go back to Warren there. Haven't heard any other stations around of the last few days on 160, so I guess other people are busy with other things, or perhaps a bit too hot if it's a shack out in the backyard there, like some of them are. So that's quite understandable. And further news from here, let's see. Yes, I think I'll be up on the 80 metre net this evening and see what's been happening, see how everyone's fared through the weather. Bill mentioned that down in the Warrnambool area yesterday, it was quite reasonable temperature-wise. They had quite a cooling off effect there through the previous evening, but I think they're still getting a bit of warmth today. So at any rate, we shall persevere. That's about the lot from here, and as I say, just repeat, I have received AR in this morning's mail. So that will be, let me see, where's my list? Where are we? Round to you there, Herb. Sorry about that. VK3JO and the group VK3WYN.
Yes, okay, Brian, VK3 AP, if you're still there. Would be the next in line. VK3JO replying, yes, all okay, and glad to know AR's arrived. Well, I'll probably find it in the post when I go out there again. Right, I didn't make any notes last time, so note all the comments, really, all very interesting, about that Eddystone receiver, and oh yes, those intermittent faults, the devil of a job to try and locate, aren't they? So whether it be in the coil or just what, yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? So I presume it's switched, so you've got switching contacts and all that sort of thing, and might even be just a dry soldered joint or something. Anyway, I hope you can get onto it and get it all fixed up. Sounds quite an interesting project anyhow. Yes, well, I thought I'd get these couple of potentiometers there, and I got the plugs, RCA plugs, to suit the sockets on the back of the FT101. There are a couple of one other item in particular that I wanted. It looked like a BNC socket There's on these coax links that I've got came from Jeff's place. They're terminated. A number of them are terminated in what looks to me like a BNC type of thing, but it's not. I saw the BNC things in the catalogue, and I got some of those, and bring them home and try and mate them. No, they won't do. I should have taken the thing that I wanted there, and we could have been sure. So I think perhaps I'll go straight back there when we finish and see if I can get them. I'll take a sample of what I want, which I should have done in the first place, and see whether I can get them changed. So yes, it's a sort of straight up Canterbury Road from me into Rooks Road, just round the corner. So it's only about no more than 10 minutes in the car anyhow, and we're there. So it's quite convenient. The other one of their stores in Box Hill, I have been to it, but in each case I've sort of gone to a side street that doesn't really enter into Whitehorse Road these days and parked in that. Because there's no hope of parking in Whitehorse Road, and there's a service road actually, but I've got to make a sort of a U-turn in Whitehorse Road to be able to enter the service road, so it's a bit difficult. And anyway, this one up here seems to be a much larger, more spacious establishment, and probably well stocked up anyway, except they one or two things there. They just a couple of items they didn't have, but never mind. So I think I'd better go straight back there and get that done. I can see some blue sky in the southwesterly direction, and the light intensity has increased. So it looks like this could warm up to the 37 that they've predicted. Okay, cheers, all the best. All have a nice day. Should be on Sunday morning. And I'll just listen for final comments before closing. VKCJO concluding, standing by.
Yes, thanks, Herb. And likewise, I can see that blue sky here too. So I don't know whether someone's been with a paint pot or is it just natural. I think it's natural. Yes, VK3AP. And I've got my notes all over the place. And okay, Brian, I should have mentioned this before about Ellis VK3FG. He may be on. Well, I haven't heard anything of him so far. And I quite agree, the underground car park at Forest Hill is not to be recommended. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, but the trouble is people have lost so much from the cars that it leaves a lot to be desired, I think. And the fact that one time there was a police report came out, and it was the worst place you could park a car with underneath the Forest Hill Chase. And it's a devil of a place to get into. Your tyres squeal and everything. So it makes it rather awkward. And okay about the Eddystone EC10, I think you said. Yes, well, I don't know very much about that. And the capacitance meter is definitely on hold. I've done the hard part. I've got the power supply and everything done, and the meter mounted and that, and that's about as far as it's gone. I really must get the inspiration again and work on it. But it's a terrible thing because I do need it greatly here. I check all the capacitors. I've got hundreds of microcapacitors, and I couldn't tell you one thing or the other. I've examined them with a lens and everything, but there's just a smudge on the capacitor where it was marked at one time. But I've got a lovely lot of 1% capacitors too, which will be ideal for making sure its calibration is okay. But we'll eventually get round to it. And okay, Herb, about the BNC connectors too. Yes, well, I'm not quite sure about BNC. I haven't got any news here, but although I know no doubt they are somewhere. Well, I don't think I've got very much more now, so I think I'll sign on this over. Seeing the temperature, not only the temperature, the clock is showing about after 12, so I think I'll sign on this over and put it over to you, Brian, and get any further remarks from you. So VK3WYN to transmit with the group listening, VK3AP.
Yes, thanks there, Al. VK3AP and VK3JO, VK3WYN, and I'll make this a final. And yes, well, I didn't explain my late arrival. I had to go up the road to get something, which I couldn't put off until the cool of the evening, and so I got back a little bit late. And actually, it was not too bad. It was nice, heavily overcast, so it wasn't very hot there. But the sun here is out, so I think that will be beating down probably for the rest of the day once the cloud cover moves on. And yes, note the further remarks there, and yes, especially about the particular spot there, Herb, for the Irvings, and how to do to get there, to do the turns. Sometimes with those divided highways, and especially on the freeways, you've got to be well ahead in your planning, haven't you? Otherwise, you finish up going to Croydon and coming back on the other direction there. So yeah, a bit of planning pays off. And let's see, yes, the capacitance meter. Well, since I've had one here, I think you recall the history of the one I picked up at one of the shack clearances, and only a couple of dB there, and it did not have any paperwork or circuit with it. Very professionally built. It was built by a VK3 and to a project which was in, I think it was in EA or a similar magazine. Anyway, I think I might have mentioned this some time back on this net. Looking through old magazines which I was sorting out, some time back I came across the article and the circuit and all the construction details for the exact same capacitance meter. So that was very handy. But I found it's worth its weight in gold there, Al and Herb, for those unknowns, like you mentioned, where there's no mark. And the other thing I found handy is it will measure capacitance, but it won't really test if the capacitor is okay at an operating voltage. So I used that capacitance tester in conjunction with the old PALAC valve tester, which has the high voltage capacitance checker range on the switching there. And as a result of all that, I tossed out about 50% of old capacitors here. They were either leaky, very leaky, or open circuit, or otherwise of no particular use there. And the ones that did test okay, of course, was able to get a good idea of what capacitance they are as well. So very handy, instead of having that biscuit tin full of unknowns and unusables. Okay, I'll say cheers to both, and look forward to the next time there. Probably be on, let's see, Sunday morning. VK3JO and VK3AP, VK3WYN is signing, saying cheers to you both and cheers to our listeners, and listening for any further finals.
Yeah, I'll just say cheers there, all the best for you. I should be on Sunday morning. VK3JO concluding and closing.
Likewise, Brian, I'll say 73 and cheers to you, and I must really get onto this capacitance meter again, because I've got, well, I should get it going, shouldn't I? It's been it's been over a year now since I started on it, so it's time I got it going. And it's worth its weight in gold, as you say. It'll be very, very useful. It's different to a multimeter that measures resistance. it doesn't matter if there's no marking at all on the resistor. You just put the meter across and it got the exact value, or near enough to it. So we'll see you again, and thanks very much for the contact and so forth, and we'll be on the lookout for you again. So VK3WYN to transmit for the group listening. This is VK3AP once more signing off. Cheers.
Yes, 73 there, Al, and comments noted, 73 Herb, VK3WYN, off and clear.
Group listening, VK3AP.
No other takers. VK3JO replying to VK3WYN and VK3AP. Yes, right, all okay. Of course, usual signals, armchair copy, and good to be able to sit back and and to listen to what's been happening. Note comments there about weather from both of you there, and also about the earlier contact to me with Dave, ASE. Yes, did hear that going. I had the receiver on. And also with Roscoe. Oh, that was interesting too, Brian, about that visitor, that listener. Good morning to you if you're listening and can manage to hear the signal. And, yes, so no doubt that would be very interesting, talking about that and finding out a bit more about that. So it'd be interesting to hear a bit more there if you can pass it along. Certainly the main topic is the inactivity, as far as we're concerned, of the people responsible for it. But I guess they're active in other areas. I guess we're not the only ones around here that's getting the problem. And okay, about the interesting evening about with Roscoe. Yes, be interested to hear about that and see what you got up to and so on. Al. Right, okay, about Phil's birthday yesterday. Oh, well, many happy returns to Phil, and hope everything goes well with the combined party or gathering at Box Hill with the brother-in-law at his place. So, that's great. And note the work on the overhaul of the FT101. Gee, yes, you're very particular there, but it's interesting about that relay. I thought for a while I'd have to investigate the relay on my set, but it seems to have corrected itself, and I'm afraid I haven't been such an avid what shall we say, maintenance chap on the set at all. I've just thought as long as the thing keeps going, well, that's it. I'm afraid I haven't delved into it to grease all these different bits and pieces and so on. So anyhow, it seems to be going okay. Even that relay for a time there, I was noticing sometimes in a changeover that all sorts of funny noises. A few clicks and so on, and it seemed to correct itself, but it's been but obviously the trade there. Okay, about the mending of the that frame, I presume it is mounting or plastic mounting anyway of the of that mirror, your wife. Yes, so each of these adhesives do have their limitations, so we've got to find the right one for the job. I can't recommend anything. You probably know more about those than I do. So hopefully you'll get the right one in due course and get it back in working order. Now, with the FT101, Frank has had a problem with his, and that was one of the reasons for joining up this morning. I thought I might have been able to help. But on his 20-metre sked on the Thursday morning with the New Zealand station, he couldn't keep going because that lamp at the back of the set, which is a fuse in the aerial circuit to the receiver,
kept flashing quite brightly as he was speaking. So he pulled out of that, and he's been wondering why that should be the case. This morning he was saying that different tests he'd made using a dummy load, and it's not happening on other bands. And I think he said the dummy load was okay, there was no problem there. And it leads me to the suspicion that there could be something astray with the antenna tuning unit that he was using. However, that was one reason, one of the things that kept me on the on the net a bit later than I'd intended. Apologise for not advising you yesterday, Brian, about the no further requirement for the modulation transformer. He said he'd probably give you a ring. Just to make sure that you don't buy something on his part and find it's not wanted, which is understandable. Yes, right. Well, with the AR7, I feel at long last that I've, in accordance with the instructions in the different manuals, and hopefully that will be the case. Previously, in the alignment of the set, there's quite a bit in it. There's 2 RF stages, which I'm not concerned with at the moment, but the alignment of the IF stages, and fortunately that signal generator of yours, Brian, has come in very handy. With that set, it is part of its original equipment is a output transformer, which not only supplies a loudspeaker, but also has 600 ohm winding for 2 pairs of headphones. And
CK3DDU,
it's a 2 meter set. Anyway, the object or the requirement there for the alignment is to put a power meter across the 600 ohm output of that transformer. Well, not having that, I think possibly what had happened there would be an open circuit primary, rendering the thing useless. And of course I've just got an ordinary speaker transformer. So anyway, what I did was to run a lead from the plate socket of the 6V6 output tube through a capacitor and connect up the multimeter using the 10 volt AC range. And by a little bit of calculation there, I notice on this speaker transformer it's got 2,500 to 3. Presumably that'd be the impedance ratio. Even that seems to be lower than the normal impedance for a 6V6 tube, but it's higher than the impedance output shown in the specifications for the AR7. But anyway, by a little bit of calculation I was able to determine just what reading to put on the 10 volt AC scale, which would equate to the 6 milliwatts output mentioned in the guide. So then we twiddle around and adjust various transformer slugs for peak reading there, but when you get to the crystal stage, it becomes a little bit different. And that was where the troubles appeared. And having done all the alignment, you slowly rotate the SIG gen, and if you get one peak on the S meter on the receiver, you're okay. But if not, you get 2 peaks. Well, that's when you go over the whole lot again. So I'm not sure how many times I went over the whole lot. But then, of course, you've also got the output from the crystal filter, that transformer. Now that comes straight from the converter stage. That's the first IF there. And having got all the other things okay, you listen to a broadcast station, if you don't have a frequency modulated oscillator, which I don't have, and then you adjust that particular winding, which is separate from the primary winding. It's the output of the crystal filter circuit for the tonal quality of the broadcast station that you're receiving, and that has to be adjusted until you get a sort of a more muffled tone than you'd normally get due to the sharpness of the crystal filter. So initially I could twiddle that core up, down, inside out and everything and not make any difference except for the volume. But anyway, yesterday afternoon I was able to detect a difference there, so I must be doing something right. Anyway, that's you know, you've really got to study all the information on it and to follow exactly what's been going on, but it's sort of time consuming. One or two other things that I've skipped over there. So anyway, that appears to be okay at the moment. I haven't tried it again since yesterday, so hopefully it will have remained functionable like that. And the next thing is to, I think, put the coil box covering this band in and try and align that and make sure that's all okay. So whether I'll be doing that today or not, I'm not sure. So anyway, that was yesterday afternoon. So with that's quite a long session from me. I'll put it over to Brian. I'll be interested to find out what was happening last night at Roscoe's place, VK3WYN with VK3AP. Nobody else in the group as yet. VK3JO standing by.
VK3JO and the group, VK3WYN and VK3AP to follow me. Yes, no breakers heard, only my chirps, as I affectionately call the interference, the chirping sound here. Al, you followed me, and right in the order of things here. Number one, best wishes to your good lady there, Al, and hope you have a beautiful birthday celebration there. And that should be nice by the sound of it. And having the couple of birthdays there fairly close together, as you described. So that's good. And now, seeing as it's your ex-YL's birthday there, seeing as it's Phil's birthday, Al, I wonder what she bought you. There we are. That's a novel approach. So you might get a new meter or something there, and that could be a nice present in reverse there, Al. So you'll have to mention that and see if you do any good. Interested in what you were saying there, Al, about the 101E and the various points you'd been checking there, and especially about that antenna relay. Yes, that could cause a bit of strife, couldn't it? In the wrong way round. And let's see, that controls lubrication periodically there, Al. Yes, something that's overlooked on various sets that you come across over the years. You'll often find a particular control shaft, it's never seen any lubricant for years and years, and either binding or wearing in its housing there. And like yourself there, Al, I use a similar type of grease, that no-run, high melting point grease. It's actually the material I use. It's used originally for photocopiers, all the mechanisms and gear trains in the photocopy machines. And as you know, they run very hot underneath the deck there, where all the mechanism is. So they have to have a grease which is, whilst it does the job and lubricates and adheres, certainly cannot run. So I found that's very handy. Comes in a small tube and very easy to apply. But I've come across rigs in my many years of resurrecting old radios, Al and Herb. People have put a daub of just ordinary chassis grease on perhaps the dial drive mechanism or potentiometer shaft, or even, heaven forbid, on the wafer switches. and that doesn't help matters. And of course, over the years, that goes one of two ways. It either solidifies into a very stiff grease, or if it gets hot enough, it just runs like an oil. And a couple of sets I've had in the past, the oil has dropped down onto the old rubber-covered insulated wiring below all the dial mechanism, and you can picture the result of that, of course. The oil and rubber, not a good combination. So it just finishes up a horrible gooey mess there. And of course, if it's like that long enough, you start to get a few short circuits as well. So very wise to use that correct material there, Al. Let's see, Herb. Yes, the chap I mentioned there, Ray, one of our shortwave listeners, he also mentioned he gets very good copy on 160 metres from our net sessions, and he must be quite an avid listener. He often listens to Bill's net on 80 metres, and likewise has good copy there from stations around the state. And it was interesting that the other day when Ross and another station and myself there, Herb and Al, we were having a daytime 80 metre contact. It followed on from the 160 metre net session, and we QSY'd to 80 metres, and Ross and myself and the other station, we chatted on there for a good hour and a half or maybe more, and quite good copy there. And again, that was received by Ray there. So interesting to know about people when you get reports from people who are in the listening mode but cannot come back on air. And of course, I was in that situation for years, so certainly know what it's like there. Can be a bit annoying if there's some technical topic under discussion and you want to add a bit to it and you can't get onto air yourself. So I found that used to be a little bit frustrating sometimes. Yes, note what you were saying there about the that light flashing just on one particular band there in the other person's rig, Herb. And yeah, certainly sounds like a bit of a mismatch there. And be interested to see what's finally discovered in that regard. Herb, acknowledge what you say there again about Frank 3EV and the modulation transformers, but I'll be keeping an eye out anyway, just for myself there at the Hamfests. They don't crop up very often, the good modulation transformers, so I'll see what there is. As long as I don't get trampled in the rush when they open the doors up at Box Hill there, Herb and Al. It's, I think as I said the other day, it's a bit like the old Myers store sales when they used to open the doors, and you get swept along on the tide of bargain hunters. Herb, the AR7, good to hear how that's progressing, and yes, following with some interest the alignment procedure, of course, having been through a very similar exercise here with the BC342, which I think, as we all know, is round about the same type of circuit as the AR7 and the HRO that Roscoe has. This BC342 here that has that crystal filter and also has the two RF stages there, Herb, and two or three IF stages, I forget which, I think it's two. But yeah, they're quite an impressive circuit lineup when you look at them. Let me see now, further news from here. And now, yesterday evening, I had a call from Roscoe VK3 TPJ, and he invited me over to his QTH in the Clayton area. And as you know, Roscoe has all the HF antennas and equipment, but cannot yet operate in that mode. Will be soon, we hope. So anyway, we took an opportunity while I was around there having the full call to work out on some of the HF bands, and it was quite interesting. We worked on 3 bands, 80 metres, 20 metres and 160 metres, and it was all yesterday evening there between about 8 o'clock and about 10:30, I guess. So we started off with joining Bill's net on 80 metres and met up with the regular participants there, and of course that gave an opportunity for Roscoe to be able to talk to the net there as second operator, which was rather good because he's known most of those people on Bill's net for many years. So that was really good. And then we went up to the 20 metre band. Now I'll mention 20 metres of particular interest. Yesterday a new antenna was installed at Roscoe's place. It's part of a tri-band beam. It is just the driven element. So it's a single element half-wave dipole for 10 metres, 15 metres and 20 metres. So it's a trapped dipole there. But there's no reflector and no radiators. Just the one driven element. So anyway, that's been installed up on the mast, which can be rotated with the Armstrong rope method there. So we fired up the Kenwood HF rig on 20 and attempted to make contact within Victoria, and didn't have any success. Anyway, while we were listening, we heard a UA 0 station, which I believe is Asiatic Russia, and he was calling CQ, and came in at around about a 5/6 or a 5/7. Perfect copy, and after listening for a few times we were able to get the correct call sign there, which was a uniform Alpha 0 Sierra Juliet, and his name was Yuri. He did give a location, but I could not copy that. Anyway, we established contact, as I say, using this single element 20 metre antenna, and worked out quite well. So that was rather good. From 20 metres we QSY'd down to 160 metres, and on sideband caught up with a couple of stations who were talking there, whom we all know, Eric, VK3 Alpha X-Ray, and Steve, VK3 Hotel Kilo. So again, Roscoe was able to have a chat to those people as second operator there under my call sign. So good performance there from his HF rig, which is similar to the Kenwood I use here. Roscoe's HF unit is the TS520. The rig I've got here is a TS820. Very similar type of rig. And they would be, they're very similar to the 101s in design and round about the age there. I think they're about late 70s, early 80s or thereabouts. And both the rigs of Roscoe's and mine, like yours there, Al and Herb, they run the Val finals. So we had quite a good time, so most enjoyable. And on the way over there, going along North Road, saw the booze bus there with a line of hopeful customers. Anyway, it was on the opposite side of the road to me, and not that that's a worry from this point of view. I'm not an indulger there, so a glass of water does me fine. So, but it was quite interesting to see the very long line of cars there that were actually pulled up in Wellington Road. Okay, that's a long over from me, and I'll put it round to you there, Al. VK3AP and the group VK3WYN.
Yes, VK3JO next in line. This is VK3AP. And made quite a few notes on the last over there, and quite surprising. firstly, thank you very much for the wishes, the birthday wishes, and that for Phil. She has her birthday on the same time each year. It's a strange thing that, but that's what happens. And mine is definitely in the past, on the 27th of December. I'm one of those blokes who have got to combine two presents for the one. But I can't do much about that either. And that's about all I need to say about. As regards the present, well, I haven't received mine yet. Give it time, it's only about 2 months. But I'm going to get a shirt or something like that, because there'll be questions asked if we don't get something. Well, that's about all I need to talk about on that, so I'll continue on the work. Pleased to know the work on the AR7 has been, I won't say it's been completed, but has been made a great progress. And it always reminds me of the time, this is years and years ago, when I used to have a little home-built broadcast receiver, and it used to have quite good quality tone, because I used to use the speaker mounted on a big board up against the chimney, and I used the chimney as the back baffle, or whatever you like to call it, and everything was going beautifully. This is the early morning, of course. I had to go to work, and all of a sudden, for no reason at all, this loud Morse code came through. Oh, no, it wasn't VK either. It was VIM, or one of those stations up on about 500 kilohertz, and I couldn't make this out. Good heavens, broadcast band Morse. Anyway, upon investigation, I found it was due to the IFs I had in the set. I didn't have them correctly aligned. They were both aligned more or less correctly, but they were on about 510 kilohertz or something like that. And this was breaking right through. It completely ruined the... I got on all stations. Everyone was exactly the same, but just getting through the IFs. So I had to turn around and realign the IFs until they came good. But I'll never forget that. And beautiful modulated CW too. And I'm quite disturbed to hear the trouble Frank's had with his 101. I always remember many years ago, Henry VK3EN used to have a number of...
And if there are any loved ones, 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 and if there are any